This episode of the podcast is brought to you by the amazing people over at Chop Chili Company. Guys, they are the original sponsor of this podcast, and I could not be happier to continue to be working with these guys. I get it. It's New Mexico. Everyone loves red, green, both. But this genuinely is my favorite brand of chili here in the state of New Mexico, and I love being able to partner up with these guys. They are absolutely phenomenal. Zane and the rest of the team at Chop Chili do an amazing job running that company, and they make an absolutely phenomenal product. And right now, they are running a very special promotional on their Instagram. Go check them out on Instagram. Go give them a follow. And as they post pictures with the hashtag Where's My Chili Challenge, if you can guess where in New Mexico that picture was taken, you can win not only free red or green chili, but also a free custom t-shirt directly from the company themselves. Again, go check them out on Instagram, give them a follow, check out their hashtag Where's My Chili Challenge. Win yourself some free chili, win yourself some free shirts. They are also available in Smith's, Albertsons, Sprouts, and a ton of other grocery stores in the state of New Mexico, as well as El Paso, and they are expanding out to West Texas. Again, thank you so much to Zane and the rest of his amazing team over at Chop Chili. Back to the episode. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by the amazing people over at High Desert Relief, a premier herbal destination right here in the state of New Mexico. They have extremely well-trained and knowledgeable staff that are more than happy to help you find what you're looking for or try something that you maybe have never thought of before. They have 2 locations right here in Albuquerque and a 3rd in Santa Fe. All 3 will be listed in the description of this episode below. All 3 locations offering legendary products at absolutely legendary prices, including this awesome merch that they were so kind enough to give me. They can be found. What's up, everybody? Before we get into the podcast, I do have a couple of stand-up shows to announce and remind you all of. For the next 2 Tuesdays, the 22nd and the 29th of October, I will be at The Block in the Rio Rancho Bernalillo area. Those shows are going to be hosted by my boy, AJ De Leon. It has been an amazing venue so far. First show we did last week was absolutely killer. On the 22nd, we've got Sarah Kennedy, co-host of Dry Heat Comedy Club. She will be headlining. And then on the 29th, we've got both Zach Abeda and Josh Fournier. They'll be headlining that show. It's going to be a absolutely killer show. Begins at 8 p.m. Venues open all day, so get there whenever you like. But the show begins at 8:30. Going to close out at about 9:30. Amazing free show. Come check that out. And then this Friday, the 25th at 8 p.m., I will be hosting AJ's Halloween show over at Safe House Distillery. Huge shout out to those guys. They've been amazing letting us do all of our downtown stand-up shows there. Again, free show. It is a Halloween themed show, so if you want to wear a costume, you are more than welcome. Come check that out. And then the big one, I will be at Quesada's Comedy Club and Cantina November 8th and 9th. I will be hosting for the amazingly talented Caroline Ray of the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show, amongst the amazing other things she's done across her career. Shows, I believe, are at 7:30 and 9 p.m., or might be 7 and 9:30 p.m., one of those two. Either way, it's a Friday and a Saturday. 2 shows each. There will be a ticket link in the description of this podcast below. Go check that out. It's going to be an absolutely amazing show. It's an awesome club. Every show that I just listed is free with the exception of the Quesada's show. So go check that out. It's going to be an amazing time. Also, starting tomorrow, right after this episode 200, I will be posting a lot more stand-up here on the YouTube channel. There'll be a whole playlist dedicated to it. Go to that playlist. It's going to be a bunch of stuff I've done at Dry Heat, bar shows, the roast battles. I've been having a lot of requests to put the whole roast battle up. So I'll put the roast battle up. Going to start taking comedy on social media a little more seriously. So there'll be a playlist there to check that out. All right, let's get into the podcast.
Oh, yeah, I should probably not.
All right. Let me get the camera on me. Okay, what's up, everybody? Different setup today for episode 200. we're supposed to have David here. We just had him on the phone. Turns out he couldn't be here. Yeah, we're live. Yeah.
No, turn your fucking voice down. You're loud as shit.
Oh, am I loud?
I think it's
How's that sound?
That's better.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
He turns out David couldn't be here because he's gay.
There's a problem with Facebook. He's got 4 minutes to save the world.
Yeah, gay. But cheers, gentlemen, to fucking 200 episodes of this shit.
Cheers.
I gotta reach.
Yeah, why are you back there?
Because our producer dropped out. Or my producer for the night dropped out.
He had to save Facebook. He couldn't produce this podcast
Well,
for all 6 people that are going to watch it tonight.
And you know what? Actually, you know what? The live episodes do a lot better than the recorded ones, and I'm not sure why. But anyway, what were we talking about before the stream started about the gang?
Oh, the Yellow Deli cult?
Yeah, go on.
So it's a religious movement known as the 12 Tribes that started up in like the 70s.
Sounds like they're gonna get bombed by Israel.
Or like the 80s. And they basically like fund their entire cult through a deli called the Yellow Deli. So they're called the 12 Tribes, but it's been like they're synonymous with the Yellow Deli. They started off like, oh, hey, Bible, cool. Then they just started literally translating everything in there like direct and not understanding that a lot of things just have other meanings. And so they're like all about child labor. The whole community gets to beat the shit out of your child if they feel it's necessary.
We should bring that back.
They're trying to conserve a group of 144,000 virgin men. So every time one of them has to get married, it's a huge problem.
And where are they located? Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Hell yeah, brother!
Jesus Christ!
There was this like a chapter of it or some shit that worked its way into Germany, and you know how Germans are with their.
Imagine how non-intimidating the Nazis would have been if they wore yellow.
I think that's scarier. I'm not gonna lie, because if I'm staring at a tree line in 1943 and the rays of sun are coming through in the middle of the Battle of the Bulge, I might actually shit my pants. If I see Big Bird on the other side of a doorway in Italy, I'm gonna cry.
Well, that's now you're talking about Muppets.
That sent Dom into a whole panic attack. We don't even need to add a Nazi element to that.
I mean, in all fairness, if I took mushrooms for the first time and I saw a big giant bird, that would freak me the fuck out.
But
too.
if it's Big Bird, I feel like that has to be like your best friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so ministry operated out of the Lighthouse. It was just a small coffee shop. This is like the prequel to the Pizzagate. First it's a deli and a coffee shop, and then it's a fucking pizzeria. What the fuck? How did you learn about this?
I was watching a Papa Meat video earlier today as I was showing up for my paramedic.
Well, this is a nice little thing to have on your Wikipedia page.
You're
Views on
watching
slavery.
what?
Oh yeah, no. So the founder of this cult like believes that that black people should view it as a blessing that they were brought to the United States to serve white people. Like that's his verbatim out of his mouth is they should be happy they were brought here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the. Beautiful. Oh, Joey, I'm gonna miss you when you're gone. I want to have the real producer. You hear that, David? The real producer of this podcast. Oh, that's great. Okay, so holy fuck. Okay, so
Sorry.
oh, that was good.
Not really.
So on their Wikipedia, it says the views on slavery, and just like you were saying, their teaching states that slavery was a, quote, marvelous opportunity that blacks could be brought over here to be slaves so that they could be found worthy of the nations. Nevertheless, there are black members of the 12 tribes, which teaches that, quote, slavery is over for those who believe. Or maybe the law. Maybe the law decided that slavery is over.
It's just like the Mormon church where like the founder or like whoever's head of the church has a revelation. They're like, oh, now polygamy's bad. We heard it from the big man up top. He said now is okay. It has nothing to do with legislation.
This reminds me of that Tosh bit. Like slavery is over for those who believe.
What was his bit?
Have you not seen this bit on slavery?
Oh,
He's like, you realize at any point we could just beat the fuck out of you, right?
Yeah. Well, so talk about some weird shit about cults. So, on Saturday, I think. Yeah, on Saturday, I had this really fucking weird stand-up show that I did, and
Was it for a cult?
no, but so what happened?
Or did you confuse them for Amish people?
Well, with the venue or the quote-unquote venue I was in, definitely could have been a cult hideout.
Mennonites?
Well, there's two different. So Amish don't believe in colors, and Mennonites can drive cars.
That's
So
yeah, Mennonites are the ones you'll most likely see like in a train station or something.
It just depends on where in the country you live.
So on the show that I did, the lady that went up after me is this chick that's been doing stand up quote unquote for like 40 years. It's kind of a sad case, but
She's just been in like her family house kitchen for.
Dude, who the fuck? No, because she brags about all this weird shit about how like she was in this big Pepsi commercial and she like went to a red carpet for something in the 70s, and it's very weird.
Kylie Jenner was in a fucking Pepsi commercial. Didn't solve world peace then.
Oh yeah,
She ain't saving shit now.
The one where she's handing out the Pepsi can to the cops.
Police officers.
Like, stop beating black people. Here's their favorite soda.
Look. In a high stress environment, like if I'm on a call and I'm running a code and somebody goes, "Here, have a Pepsi," I might just stop doing CPR on their family. I'd be pissed.
Anyway, so she goes up
to enjoy the nice flavor of a Pepsi, right?
If they handed me the 23 delicious flavors of a Dr. Pepper, then I'd be like a little inclined to work harder. Oh, now he's leaving.
No, I'm just gonna get you in frame better.
Oh, me in frame.
Do I need it?
You leaned a little bit, so there you go.
Me or him?
No, Joe, you're fine. That's because Joey leaned out of frame. Anyway.
So is Joey fine or is
he's good. He's good.
Out of frame?
So he's good. So
well, now I lean back.
No, it's even better. Anyway, so she goes up there and she tells I forget what the fuck she said up front for the first couple of minutes, but then she starts talking about Waco, and she says, it's funny. I'm gonna botch it a little bit.
Look, David Koresh was onto something.
But no, so what she said, she goes, with the way that Waco, Jesus, don't break my fucking boom arm, you piece of shit. But she goes, with the way that
muscle relaxers, I swear.
with the way that Waco ended, it's crazy that those cult members started the fight. She was being completely serious. It was weird. She like broke out of her set to like talk about what she thought was the recorded history of Waco. She goes, the cult members started the fire themselves, and David Koresh decided to kill himself, and they never should have had any of those guns, and it was all their fault, and basically blaming the whole incident on the cult members.
Oh, she was victim blaming?
Yeah, because I'm sitting in the back like, I feel like the ATF had a pretty sizable contribution to that whole fucking fiasco. I don't know, it was just very weird to see. And then like the venue that I did it in was so fucking weird too, because the guy who books it, it's a variety show. So the people that opened it were these two guys that just played like acoustic music. And the room we were in, the guy who books it is the guy who owns it.
Like some dude's hitting you with one-liners with Enya playing in the background? Or what?
No, they're like singing like real songs. But like the guy who owns it used to co-own it with his wife. His wife is now dead. So like all around the it's a gallery.
It's Nutriboom, guys.
Yeah, so like all around the venue is like a bunch of her art pieces she did that are for sale, and all these poems he wrote. It's a fucking mausoleum.
Somebody's like, wow, he really loves his wife, and then somebody else is like, his wife was murdered.
Well,
by him.
Okay, so I learned this last night when I left there. I got some dinner, then I ran down to the comedy club downtown. Apparently, both of the women he's married have died.
He's either got earth-shattering dick.
he's crippled as fuck. I don't think so.
Hey, man, there's drugs for that.
Yeah, but anyway, it was just a really weird place to do stand-up in because it felt like the aura of death in there. You know what I mean? It's like ghosts were hanging around. And then, when she got up there and started talking shit about Wake, I was just sitting in the back like,
sorry. Speaking of dead people, you want to hear a fun story?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, save me out of my stand-up story that crashed.
Yeah.
Clearly. Yeah, save me from that. Yes.
Springer, you're gonna get a kick out of this. So you guys remember how I told you I was doing the Duke City, like the marathon, the part of the relay?
Okay.
Okay, so beginning of the story. So I woke up, I think it was yesterday. Yeah. So me and Lucy got up early as fuck because we had to get to the starting point for my section of the marathon. So we walk outside of her apartment complex, and all you hear is like a car horn going off, but we thought it was like an alarm. So it's just like, I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Somebody's dead leaning up against the steering wheel.
Fucking bingo. So yeah, so we walk out, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? It was like, is there a car alarm going off? Is someone like knocking on their like alarm? So I walk around like the part of like the car to her dumpster, because her car's right here, the dumpster's right there, and I walk on the other side, and there's like this fucking Prius with its lights on and the car's on, and you just hear the fucking horn going off, like, but you can tell like it's been going off for a while because it's like it sounds like it's dying, you know. So I walk over and I look, and I see someone in there. I'm like, oh fuck, maybe this dude's like high and he passed out and like just, you know, like heading to the steering wheel and the fucking horn's going off. So I walked back to her and I was like, I told her word for word. I was like, well, someone's either high and passed out or they're dead. And she's like, oh, should we do something? And I was like, no. Well, I was like, what's the point? Like, either he's asleep and he's going to wake up, or he's dead, and like, I'm not dealing with that.
That's
like,
the city's problem.
Yeah, it's the city. Like, I'm not going to deal with that. So she drops me off. I start my run, and she goes back to like look for my wallet because I couldn't find my wallet that morning. And then sure as shit, there's like 3 PSAs that are like fucking taking this dead dude out of the fucking car.
Yeah, that's well, at that Valero across the street from the house. I remember I went to go get a can of Zins, and I thought they were dead, but then like I because they were crouched over the same way, but their head wasn't on the like where the horn is on like the top part of the steering wheel, and I look in, and they were passed out, and they had like the foil with the straw, and the straw was like poking into their nose like that, and it was like, and then I like looked, and it did like a little twitch. Like, no, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Either that was a death twitch or they're just tweaking out. Either way, it's not my problem.
No, literally, that was my little thoughts when I told her that. I was like, what am I going to do? Either I'm going to take them out of the car and they're going to still be high and asleep, or they're going to be dead and now I'm touching a dead body, and I don't want to do that.
No,
I'm not getting paid to do that right now.
Not before you go on your brisk jog.
Yeah, no.
What's the worst about it, dude, is like those motherfuckers, like even in a 911 system, are so eager to lie to you the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, we had another dude like a month ago. And police Narcaned him, and we're like, "You're not in trouble." And even the cops were like,
"Bring the mic up a little bit."
The cops are like, "What are we gonna arrest you for? Like, you have nothing on you. Like, we just kind of want you to be alive, man." And I was like, "What did you take?" And he goes, "Nothing." He's like sweaty. Right. He just came out of, becoming responsive with Narcan, and I find foil, burnt straws, a bunch of residue all around him. I was like, "Look."
So is that considered paraphernalia?
It's paraphernalia, but it's one of those things where if he was to get, like, let's say the cops did decide to arrest him for it, and he got a good defense attorney, they can argue in any point that it's not actually paraphernalia, because paraphernalia is like classified as like pipes or a direct like manufactured purpose. So, like, let's say you just have a mirror and a straw sitting in the middle of your room. A cop can argue that that's paraphernalia. But a good lawyer will just be like, what, you don't like to look at yourself?
Well, right.
You don't want to drink hot beverages with a nice straw?
But, like, in theory, though, right, so in that scenario you're describing where the person was all cracked out of their mind and they had the foil and the straw and all that, if there's like drug residue on there and they're clearly high and they have instruments that have been, known to, be in the use of drugs, would that be considered paraphernalia then, no matter what a lawyer says?
In theory, they can make the argument for it. Like, let's say a cop did decide that they wanted to try to, because cops don't arrest for that shit anymore, man. They see people, in that exact situation where there is something that could be considered paraphernalia. They don't arrest for that. I have never seen a cop give a shit in that realm, because it's a waste of time. It takes time out of your day as a cop, because now you got to write a report, then you got to show up for court to describe all of this shit. It's just a waste. And then most time, like 9 times out of 10, they get bond, or they just get released. It goes fucking nowhere.
Well, and I think. See, after your wedding, actually, a few of us the next day we had gone to Dion's. We were talking about this at lunch. I don't know how it is for like cases like that, but let's say like nonviolent drug crimes. but with like speeding tickets and shit, the cops don't have to show up to court anymore. Do you know about that?
Well, so they did away with that years ago because cops were writing speeding tickets to get the overtime to show up at court. So because you had to show up in court in your off hours, so you were getting time and a half the whole time to be there. So they were purposefully trying to catch you fuck up. And so they did away with it where the cop does not show up, you don't get paid for it, you don't get any of this shit. They did away with it because officers were abusing that fucking pro.
The chief of police for APD fucking sucks, doesn't he?
Dude,
Jesus Christ!
this
No,
is
I was
just
watching.
city blows.
Well, just not to like, okay, I'm sure he's a nice guy to somebody. Everybody usually is, but like, so yesterday I shot a podcast, and after the guest had left, I guess like literally like 15 minutes later, there was a shooting on the freeway right there across from the Valero, and they had the whole thing like blocked off, and they had to have CSI come in and all that type of shit, right? So then I'm watching. Yeah, it's a coaster.
I'm just making sure it wasn't like a.
Yeah, no, it's a coaster.
Thanks.
But anyway, so a video came across it was one of like the Albuquerque like crime pages or whatever, like one of the Citizen Ren ones. Came across my TikTok when I was going to bed, and the chief of police, I saw him give giving a press briefing or whatever about that, and then about how they caught this guy twice in one day jerking off in public. And like just
Dude, hell yeah, it's like the guy who climbed on top of Bumblebee twice.
so that one's actually funny because of like what he did. Do you know the whole story behind that? That fucking idiot
Yeah, no,
with the inhaler and all that.
yeah.
So anyway, just watching this dude give press briefings, and he's so clearly inept. Like, he doesn't know how to fucking articulate himself properly. He doesn't know how to give a proper speech. And then like what did he say? Because he was giving a press briefing as well about, I guess, APD. Of course, a fucking woman cop was involved. They pulled this guy over for some reason. They got him into handcuffs. They didn't search him. They put him in the back of a squad car, and he's sitting there for like 45 minutes with a gun on him. Right? Yeah. With a gun in his back waistband.
It's just like the acorn all over again.
In his back waistband. And so the cops, or the lady cop, goes to the back of the squad car, and this is all in her body cam and shit, right? She leans in and she starts to like search him again, and she goes, "Do you have any weapons on you?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, I have a gun." And he goes, "Yeah, I have a gun." And the cop goes, "Well, don't fucking reach for it." And then the guy, was it stupid of him to do this? Yes, but anyway, he goes, "Yeah, no, I have a gun." And his hands are like handcuffed behind him, and he tries going like pointing to it. Because you could tell in the body, he's like pointing, like, "Yeah, my gun's right here." She goes, "Don't fucking reach for it. No, it's just right here." And she just starts fucking unloading on him. Her partner comes from behind him, starts dumping rounds into him. He dies in the squad car. Oh yeah. And then, that's the correct response. Yeah. And then the chief of police is giving a press briefing about it. And the reporter, you can tell he's trying not to laugh because of how ridiculous the situation is. And he goes, okay, so you're telling us that, he's like looking at his notes. He's like, okay, so you're telling us that he was detained by your officers, sat in the back of a squad car for 45 minutes handcuffed with a gun in his waistband. And then when the police found he had the gun because he announced it to them, they killed him.
While handcuffed in the back.
Right, yeah, he goes, yeah, while handcuffed. And the chief of police just kind of stands there, and he goes, well, I guess my question is, if proper policies and procedures were conducted, would this guy still be alive? And then the camera cuts to the police chief, and he's just like, he goes, well, I'm not going to give my own professional opinion because I've learned that in the past, private defenders will use that in court against the city. So I'm going to wait until the investigation is done. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
So he flat out like sows doubt.
Yeah.
Already. So even though he goes, I don't want a public defender to use this later on, a public defender in that trial is going to be like, so your police chief
Yeah.
insinuates that you're full of shit.
Well, my whole thing is like, why did it take another incident? More or less, it had to have been like that, right? Why did it take an incident close to that for you to realize that you as a person of authority, you probably shouldn't be giving your personal or professional opinion about investigations that haven't been concluded?
I feel like no comment is
Right.
That's a moment
That's
where
when
you're just
you
like,
use it.
You're like, look, no comment. And somebody's like, oh, well, we want an answer. It's like, no comment.
Yeah. I'm not commenting on current things until the investigation is concluded. How fucking easy is that?
I would be so pissed if I got arrested for like jaywalking or something, and I had a gun on me, and they didn't search me, and then they asked, and I was like, "Yeah, I got a gun. It's right there," and they just fucking kill you. Like that's the situation, right?
pretty much.
Like I don't know what this guy got arrested for. It doesn't matter. Like regardless, got detained, had a gun on him.
Yeah.
You got a gun? Yeah. Ba 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 ba.
They're like, wow,
what?
that's really unfortunate.
Because they didn't search him, they just shot him and killed. Oh my god, bro! Like, dude, if you were a public defender, like that's just a fucking like.
That's called. I'm sure in their business. That's
Bro,
called
that's a layup.
It's a layup.
Yeah, that's a fucking layup.
That's a slam dunk, easy case.
Dude,
easy
that
slam dunk.
family is going to own half of Albuquerque PD after this shit.
Oh
dude.
yeah.
I mean, that's bold of you to assume they have the money from the last settlements.
Well, it'll be $50, but at least that's still half.
Actually, I'm curious now.
How much is APD paid out in
Yes.
settlements?
How much has the city of
It's a lot. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
ABQ paid out settlements in 2023? Let's look
You
this up.
speaking out loud while you type is like
$3 million in settlements in the last quarter. In the last quarter of 2023, the city of Albuquerque paid out $3 million.
so a $75,000 to the driver of a motorcycle that was hit by an APD officer.
Well, remember, like when the what's it called?
Sidewalk trips, tripping and fall.
Yeah, 100%. If it's not so, basically potholes and like fucked up like city like amenities. If it hasn't been reported in 311, or if it has been reported to 311, and you like happen to like bust your tire on it or like bust your own shit on it, you can like request, like you can send that as like a pot, like, hey, this fucked up my car. So like if we made a pothole outside and I called 311, I was like, hey, there's a pothole in front of my house.
We made a pothole.
Literally, yes.
Just get a pickaxe and a shovel.
Yeah, and then like called 311 and was like, hey, there's a pothole, it needs to get fixed. And they're like, okay, we'll note it. And then they don't fix it. And like, let's say like, then you take your car, which already has a fucked up tire, and you run over it and just fuck it up even more. And then you call 311, you're like, I fucked up my car in this pothole. And they're like, well, it's been reported and we didn't fix it. So
Well, there has to be.
now
like,
we're going to pay for that.
Well, it's not like it can get reported and then 30 seconds later you go bust your shit on it and you can.
I'm sure it's like 3 days or something.
Yeah, there has to be a time frame, right?
But the point is,
So
I mean, I would love to trip on a sidewalk and report it to the city and then get like 10 G's out of it.
just go do it.
So one of the nurses I work with, her husband has like one of those electric scooters, and I got to see the security video because he did it in perfect sight of a security camera, and he biffed it hard. Flew like 30 feet off his scooter and then slid like another 15. This dude got messed up off of that. And the whole time I'm on scene rendering care to this dude, I'm listening to a bunch of bystanders that were there helping him. They're like, oh, he can sue the city. They're like, oh, this is huge. If he goes and reports this to the city, you guys can get some serious money from it.
Yeah.
And then, so my friend shows up to pick up her husband and take him to the hospital because he didn't want to go by ambulance. And everybody's like leaning into her. And I was like, telling her husband, I was like, hey, man, at least let me dress your wound before you take off. And they're all leaning to her. They're like, hey, you should get a really good lawyer and sue the city. I'm like, dude, the city of Las Vegas, New Mexico, you want to know how much money they have? They have 16 pesos. That's it. They have a combined of like 0.7 cents.
Well, because I remember, so obviously my Civic was just super fucked up, about to die, in dire straits. And we were talking about it. And me and Joey were basically talking about insurance fraud. But the conversation eventually turned into was he's like, hey, listen, man, one day you're gonna wake up and your vehicle's gonna be gone, and you can just report it to the fucking insurance company, get some new money, and then buy yourself a new vehicle. I was like, yeah, we'll see, whatever. What, maybe a month and a half later, right, is when I get into the accident. That fucking idiot.
Accident.
So I'm driving down Lomas, and right where Lomas and 4th intersect, I had a green light, solid green. I'm going forward, and this lady cuts us off in her giant GMC, and you can't like T-bone a fucking GMC Sierra with a fucking Honda Civic, but
You could do it if you have enough balls.
yeah, but I hit the side of her, and like I hit her car, and I was like, oh fuck, I got in an accident, and like my brain registered what just happened. I'm like, oh fuck, I just got into an accident. Let's fucking get it. It wasn't my fault. Let's fucking get it. Now I have a new truck. That's kind of fucked up. You know, it is what it is.
Can you look up something for me?
Yeah.
Can you look up on YouTube the best guys in town HD? The best guys in town.
What am I looking at?
Yep.
This?
Yep. This is 100% what it's like to be in EMS.
I feel that on a personal level. No, dude. So did I tell you about me fighting a meth head?
No, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I want a meth head fighting story.
Recently at work, I've tried really hard to just give everybody a break. Like, whenever somebody is just being really shitty, I'm like, please, not today. So I walk up to this dude. He's shirtless outside of a high school, like, just shouting obscenities. And I'm like, dude, come on.
Oh, yeah, the dude that got caught jerking off outside twice?
No,
yeah,
this is not in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's in front of a daycare. Yeah.
Can you tell us your fight story?
So I show up, and this dude is, like, standing outside. Like, he takes his joint and then, like, just stuffs it in a stop sign. And the cop is just like, come on, man. Like, don't leave that there. And he goes, fuck you. And I was like,
He put it where?
in a stop sign. Like, you know how, like, the posts for it have, like, those little holes in it?
Oh,
He, like, threw his joint in there. So I walk up, and I'm like, hey, man, what's your name? And he goes, you tell me my name. And I was like,
I was going to say, do you understand how bad that sounds?
Does it?
Yeah, it sounds horrible in camera or on audio. Anyway.
but, so he goes, you tell me my name. And I was like, come on, man. I don't want to take you to the hospital. I just want you to go home. And he goes, fuck you. Tell me my name. I was like, okay, we're going to the hospital then. And he goes, all right. And he, like, walks his happy ass into my ambulance. And I'm like, hey, man, sit over there. And then he, like, just goes and sits where, like, in the captain's seat where I sit. And I was like, no, sit over there. And he goes, you're a piece of shit. And then jumps to, like, the back of the ambulance. And then, like, pins himself against the doors. And I'm like, stop. Sit right here. And he goes, fuck you, pussy. And I was like, I don't know who you think I am, man, but I'm not the one. Stop. Stop. Like, please. And so he goes and he sits where I'm directing him. I said, thank you. And he goes, you're a bitch. Okay.
So is he, like, obviously high, or is he stone sober?
I know who he is. He's just being a dick.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem, is he's just an asshole.
Who happens to be a meth head.
And who also happens to be a meth head. So I'm like, hey,
Truth.
can I take your vitals? And he goes, don't you fucking touch me. I was like, that's fine. I'll just sit there then. And so I tell my partner, I'm like, you need to take the call. There's no fucking way I'm going to stay in the back with him. And he's fine with her. The whole time in the back, she's like, hey, that dude driving is a fucking bitch, huh? And she's just like,
Yeah.
He's trying to big dog you to your partner,
yeah.
or what?
And I'm sitting there, I'm just like, okay. So we get to the hospital. They tell us, like, what room he's going to. And then he starts running towards another room, and he goes, "No, I'm going to this room." And I grab him because another patient's in there, and I'm like, "No." And I pull him away, and then he goes, "Oh, fine, then I'll go stay in this room." He starts like just destroying the room like right away. And then like I put my hand on his chest because he keeps like running out. And like I try to direct him back into the room. And then he starts rushing me, so I push him away off of me. And then it turns into a fight like on the dot. Like he immediately, like the second I push him off of me, he goes, "You want to go, motherfucker?" And then he falls onto the hospital bed. And then I go to grab his arm so we can get ready to restrain him. He throws a kick up, catches me in the jaw. And then instantly I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, like just,
Yeah.
it's game on. So I go and I try to stop him again. Before I can even like reintroduce myself to this contact, he gets another kick, catches me in the jaw again, and I'm just pissed at this point.
Oh, so he's accurate is what you're saying.
Yo, he is dead accurate. And then so he throws a third one and like glances off of me, and then I finally am able to like get control of him. He like catches me just off balance because I have like a bag on me, like an over-the-shoulder bag that I have to get off before I can continue doing this. So I'm like holding him back with like one hand, taking this off, and then he catches me on that, tackles me to the ground, and then I roll him over and like flip him, and then we're just holding him down. And then I have 6 nurses standing around me just staring at me. They're like, "You're doing a really good job." I'm like, "This is fantastic. I love all of this."
So so this is a real question. So at what point when they start becoming combative with you, are you allowed to just hit them?
I'm not.
Not
No, that's
at
the
all.
thing, is because the second I rolled him over, I had like this like vision of seeing red, where my instinct, had I not been in uniform and not in a hospital and like this wasn't a patient, was he was getting a 12-6 square between the eyes. Like I was ready to come down with that elbow from God.
Yeah.
It was the people's elbow. But like right when I rolled him over, it was like, "No, you have to just control the situation and leave him be." So he's like completely just
So it's all
kept from moving.
It's all de-escalation. Like you're not able just to close fist hit him.
Not unless he poses an existential threat to me or any other healthcare provider.
Was he not posing a threat though? By kicking you twice in the jaw in more or less the same place.
My reasoning behind it is because I was still standing after that. He's not a threat. He hits like a bitch.
Yeah, but you're a big boy.
Yeah, but it's also his foot.
So if that was your partner, and she goes down.
Well,
that's a
okay,
different
no.
story,
If he
though.
kicked my partner, he would be getting an unrelenting like ass kicking.
Well, right.
But
But you see the point I'm trying to make, right?
that's fair.
No, yeah,
don't
but that's the point though. Like, but he punches him, and then Springer can de-escalate the situation. It's like subdue the patient basically, and like to where he can't like punch him, and then he starts fucking punching him in the face. Like the lawyer's gonna be like, "You had him stopped. Why did you continue to hit him?"
I'm not saying that he like gets on top of him and wails him a few times, but like, he kicks you once, he just one of them. You're not allowed to do that?
Why didn't you walk away, sir?
Yeah, no. They'll ask me why didn't I leave.
Well, because you're in a hospital.
Yeah.
And you're trying to do your job.
No, because
Is your job
their
to
perception-
assault the patient?
Yeah, exactly.
What? It's your job to defend yourself.
Well, why didn't you walk away then?
Because they'll be like, you had full opportunity to walk away from that situation because the ER is big enough that you could have left one hospital room. However, my perception at the time is if I leave him alone, all of these female nurses who are standing around me are going to get their shit rocked.
Yeah, see, there's your defense to the
But
court. It's like, hey,
Is it, sir? Are you security for the hospital? Did
Yeah,
you sign
exactly.
up to? Did you sign up for security for the hospital?
Exactly.
so where was security then?
Not there. I'm not security. So in that, I had to make a business decision, and the business decision was
Not rock this
just
guy in the
restrain the dude
Yeah.
and eliminate like any future contact from that point.
Another way to do that, just hit him square in the jaw. Just a one good one.
I can't do that.
You're like, what, 215, 220?
Yeah,
Yeah? Yeah, just give him one good one and you're fine.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah,
This is why.
Don't get me wrong. Like in that moment, I wanted to fuck this dude up.
What-
Every fiber of my being was just like, it's go time.
Allegedly.
What I've always been
Allegedly.
What I've always been curious about is why especially with the rise in violence across the country and the rise of police incidents, and whenever there's a police officer there, there's usually EMS or fire or somebody close by. I've always been curious as to why EMS isn't equipped with like not a handgun, but like a taser.
No.
Or a
Nope.
Why?
No. All right. So look,
pepper spray.
I've spent 8 years in this
Nunchucks.
I've spent 8 years in this career field,
a katana.
And over that time frame, I have met plenty of individuals that I would not trust with a fucking stick off of a tree.
Oh, and by the way, you said there'd be 2 people watching. We have 3.
Gang.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're saying.
Go.
You're saying. So you've met retards over the last 8 years that would just ruin their careers.
Dude, I watched a guy who stalled an automatic transmission ambulance. Automatic. He stalled it in front of our base. And when we asked him why, because he randomly decided to just shift like take the shifter lever and just move it, and it like fucking just jigged out the computer and freaked it out. So the whole ambulance stalled. And I was like, you're the only person on this planet that I know that stalled
an automatic.
automatic.
I remember Briscoe. Okay, sorry to cut you off, but I remember like years ago. I was like 27. Is when I had the apartment. It was like probably 2017 when Briscoe brought down the bug, and he was fucking livid. He got hammered at my apartment at like 2:00 in the afternoon. He goes, "Fucking Springer stalled out my bug in the middle of the road, and we had to push it out." And he did da 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 da. And I was like, okay, well,
I don't remember this.
but I was like, well, is it also a piece of shit that like because he even stalled it on a few times in the parking lot leaving that old apartment complex. I was like, isn't it also like a bit of a piece of shit that even you stall out? And he goes, well, yeah, but that's not the point. We're in the middle of the road. I'm like,
Because that engagement point on the fucking clutch is 6 nanometers, and I have no idea where it's at.
well, I can't drive stick, so I can't even talk shit. But
Let
But
be noted, I offered to teach this man.
but I never had the reason to. I ended up buying an automatic. It's the truth. I ended up buying an automatic. Now, granted, when the apocalypse comes, and I need to drive standard. There you go. My instincts will kick in, and I'll learn how to drive.
You should probably just know how to drive a manual.
It's all right. We'll figure it out. Anyway, I know we can't talk about it in like detail, but part of what's making 200 a little bit special is this is going to be the last episode with Joey for 13 months? 12?
12.
12?
12.
12? All right, so for 12 months, how are you feeling?
86 months. You're just gone forever.
86 is only like 5 years, right? What's 5 times 12?
It's like
60
what
something?
the fuck? That's
Whatever.
like
Anyway,
almost
point is,
8 years.
you're leaving.
No. Let's solve the math problem, Noah. What
That's
is it?
8 years and 2 months.
What's 86 divided by 12?
I turned on the camera by mistake.
It's 8 years and 2 months.
I turned on the camera again.
I wanted to solve the math problem.
It's 7 years and
Oh,
like
shit.
2 months.
That was a year.
Anyway, okay, so you have to take a little bit of a mandated vacation. Let's put it that way. Obviously, I don't want to get into that, but like, how does it feel? Like, because this, not to really put it on you, but this time in a week, you won't be here. So how's that? How's the anticipation treating you? What are your thoughts? How's it feeling? Yeah, notice he's been nursing that fucking whiskey like no other.
Well, also because I'm on muscle relaxers right now.
Oh,
So, I'm not trying not to get fucking plastered in 2 drinks.
He's gonna be running like Rick James down the house.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, nervous. Like, I was excited about it. And then I found out I like basically was doing another job. I'm going away on business.
I'm
basically.
going to work.
Yeah, I'm basically going to work for a year. I'm going away on business. But I was supposed to be doing one job, right? And then I got part of this new job, and so like I'm having to learn a whole new job. And I've talked to you guys about that. Like that's super like nerve wracking. And that's just I don't know, just nervous the closer it gets. I woke up this morning, I was like, damn, I really have fucking 7 days before I have to leave. I was like, fuck.
7 days.
Yeah, basically. So I don't know. I was pretty nervous about it still. Like I was packing last week, and then like I don't know if because I wasn't eating or not drinking water, but I just literally got like physically sick to my stomach, like packing. I was like, damn, this sucks.
Oh yeah, because I came down after doing that podcast.
Yeah.
I came down. We shot an episode. I forget who the fuck I was shooting with, but guest leaves, and I come down. He's just like staring at me, all fucking wide eyed. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, yeah, I got kind of sick packing, so I had to stop for a second. And I was like, okay. So I hand him a beer, and I kind of like feel his finger, and I'm like, grab his hand. Like, dude, you're cold. Like
You're like after this accidental gay silence. Of,
Yeah.
wow. I don't want you to touch me later because you're fucking cold, bro.
Your hands are moist.
nobody likes a cold hand job. I don't like it.
It's true.
Anyway, point is, how are you feeling about it? You nervous?
Necrophiliacs.
Over here between your thighs. Yeah, I think a little bit. Not as much anymore. I think now that the week's here, like there's no getting by it.
What are you gonna do about it? Go to jail?
Yeah, exactly. You know.
That's on the table, unfortunately.
So I mean, I don't know. I'm excited. I think.
Yeah.
I think now that I'm actually like having things packed and like it's gonna happen, I'm gonna go. Like I'm just trying to get myself more hyped to go than nervous than anything.
Yeah.
Because being nervous isn't gonna do me any favors.
This is
Right.
true. This is true.
You know, and I know what to do. It's gonna be like being on probation again. I gotta play the game. You know, I'm the new guy. Gotta play the game. Put my part in. Like do more than I'm expected to.
Yeah.
Because I'm part of the team now, like a different kind of team. So I know how to play the game.
Well, and I'd imagine that a part of it's got to be a bit freeing. You know what I mean? A part of it. Maybe not right now, but eventually it'll be a bit where it's like you get a granted a very long break, but you get a break from normal day-to-day life. You're kind of away from the bullshit of like, oh, I have to worry about this, I have to worry about that, I have to that. You're definitely replacing some problems for brand new ones.
So I think the problems that are getting switched out, like your day-to-day problems and stuff, or I don't know, like for the problems I'm going to be dealing with, I'd rather deal with the other problems,
Yeah.
like the new problems that are going to come than the old problems, because like the old problems are like, how am I going to pay my rent? I got to pay rent. I got to pay taxes. I got to do this. I got to do that.
Yeah, speaking of, how am I going to pay rent?
Yeah, like all this. Yeah, like all this like day-to-day shit. Like it's like pretty mundane, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'd rather deal with the other problems. Like, oh no, I got to like fucking do this stupid long thing.
Yeah.
Without getting into like too detailed about it.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, you're like, well, that's going to end in like 3 hours. If I can do that in 3 hours, it'll be over. And then I have to do the next stupid thing.
Yeah.
Versus like the paying rent never ends,
Yeah. Well, and at least on the other side of it, when you come back, if you play your cards right, you don't fuck off. You're going to be able to have like your truck paid off.
Yeah.
You have a good amount of money for a down payment on a house, provided that, Kamala's not fucking president, and, we'll be okay.
How do you feel about
that? I was going to say, like, you know what? Not for nothing. I'm glad that we're doing a final podcast together, the three of us. I do wish David was here, but it is what it is. And to be sitting here with two of my favorite, like, fellow Kamala Harris voters, like, it just makes me so happy to be able to. I couldn't change the camera fast enough to catch his fucking response. But.
Dude, honest to God, man.
White guys for Harris 2024.
Dude, did you see? Okay, so
I wish Joe Jorgensen was still running for president.
I fucking don't.
I'm
so glad she's out of the race.
No,
I'm glad she never came back.
Because I know she's not gonna win. I know her, RFK. I know none of them are gonna win. I just hate those two options. They make me upset. I get sad.
Yeah.
Because like every time I see Kamala do something, I'm like, son of a bitch, man. And then every time I see Trump do something, I'm like, well, another son of a bitch. Because I can't seem to escape this bullshit.
Yeah, did you see that thing I posted?
Yeah, no, it's fucking retarded. Like,
Wait, what was it?
The thing I
Oh,
posted
yeah,
on-
yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
so it's
I see
funny.
that.
So what that meme is in response to? Did you watch the, or or at least see the highlights from the Al Smith ceremonial dinner they did out in New York?
Kind of.
Are you talking about the Margaret Sanger shit?
No. It's where they had that giant dinner, and Trump, like Jim Gaffigan was there, and he did like 30 minutes, and then Trump did 30 minutes, and so one of the lines that Trump had, he goes, because this like the rest of his speeches, a lot of them kind of fall off towards the end, but he had some pretty decent fucking writers, and he goes, yeah, white guys for Harris. Have you guys heard of this? White guys for Kamala Harris. He goes, anybody of them here? And none of them answered. He goes, okay, cool. Well, I'm not too worried about them because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. So it's going to be okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
well, like, so have you followed what is it, Polymarket at all?
Yeah. So
Like,
explain that for people who don't know what Polymarket is.
So Polymarket essentially is just like where you can go to place bets on like literally anything. If you want to bet on whether or not they're gonna make a new Star Wars movie in the 5 years, like in like the next 5 years, Polymarket has
There's ridiculous bets on there.
Look it up.
They have an over/under on it. Right now, I think Kamala
Let's start
has
making
like a
bets.
38% chance of winning, according to like Polymarket.
We're not allowed to because we're in New Mexico.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's fucked. We can't
It's
do online
illegal
betting.
here.
But you can't even look it up?
No,
Well,
we
you
can't.
can look it up, but like
Yeah.
we couldn't. We aren't allowed to bet. So I'm saying. We can't
Oh,
even,
yeah.
Yeah,
But
we
I just
can't
want to
even
see
fucking
it.
sucks.
we can't even use like DraftKings or whatever.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. Yeah, I know that.
But yeah, I think Trump has something like almost a 60% chance of winning.
But yeah, I just want to see it because I've never seen this before. Presidential election winner 2024.
64.1.
64 to 35. And so what's interesting about you bringing up Polymarket
Make a bet.
is so the a lot.
Sign up.
It's starting to come out now that and there's no hard evidence that supports it, but the assumption, and I think it's pretty well founded. The assumption a lot of people are going off of right now because Polymarket, it got kind of popular from what I understand election wise during the Trump Hillary election, but no one really gave a fuck too much about it. And then it got a little more popularity in 2020, and now it's fucking everywhere because of how big like crypto's gotten and how big just like sports betting online, just online betting in general has gotten.
700 million on Trump total.
Yeah. So right now what we're looking at for everybody that's listening on Spotify for some reason, we have video now. Watch on Spotify. But so right now we're on Polymarket, and what I'm showing is I'm gonna try to blow this up so that people can see it a little bit better.
You're going to what?
So right now Trump has Trump has a 62% or 64.2% chance of winning the election, and Kamala has a 35.9% chance of winning. And so what's interesting about pulling this up, and you mentioning it, Springer, is it's starting to come out now that a lot of the major, not the Gallup polls, because the Gallup ones are typically the most popular ones and the most well accredited, but a lot of the polls that are being ran now, yeah, they're taking input from people that they're surveying, but they kind of just curve it almost, and they curve it towards what the markets are saying, what the betting markets are saying. And so this tends to be a precursor for what other polls are going to show, provided that it's not bullshit coming out of like the New York Times or I don't know, it's not BuzzFeed. Bloomberg, yeah, Bloomberg, like their polls are kind of obviously skewed to the left. Like I saw one poll a couple weeks ago, or like maybe a week and a half ago, if not last week, I saw a poll that said that they had Kamala up like 60% and they had Trump down 30 and then a 10% of an undecided margin. And it's like, no, there's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way. But what's interesting about this is, could you imagine if Kamala wins and you put the money on Kamala, how much money you're going to make, A, and then B, it was funny, well, because a buddy of mine who's been like he's like a finance bro, he's really into stocks and like crypto, and a lot of the money, he's not employed traditionally right now. He makes all his money off of trading, and there's another term for what he does. I forget what it's fucking called. But anyway, he was like, hey, you should, he goes, hey, you should fucking go put some money on this bullshit coin that came up. It was literally called like Kamala coin or some shit. Let me find the name for it. Well, it was funny because I should have fucking pulled out because I would have made like a little bit of money.
Typical to do with a woman. Pull out of her coin.
Bold of you to assume she's still fertile. But I'm actually I'm up right now a little bit. That's funny. But so yeah, it's called Kamala Harris or Kamala coin, and I had put like $25 on it, and the next day it went up to 32. So I had the value that I had was like 32, and I checked it 2 days later and it was at like 50, and then a week later it was at like 90 something, like 90 something bucks, and I was like, oh fuck. And I was like texting him, I was like, because he had already pulled out and he had made like 1,200 off of it or something like that. And I was like, dude, should I like hold or what? He's like, dude, I've never seen a coin go up that much. Do what you want. And I lost money. It is what it is. I didn't pull out because literally like the day or two after I had asked him about whether or not I should pull out, it like went down to like $14 because
imagine if you had initially put your entire life savings and then pulled out the right time.
Oh, you mean all $500?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you would have had like $800.
Yeah.
So
if I would have put 500 on it, I would have put like if I put 500 on it and I would have pulled out at its max, like when I saw it spike up to 90, I would have had like I think like $4,000 or some shit.
Why didn't you?
Because I'm an idiot.
So my question
Well, you can
is,
right now.
No, it's down, you idiot. Stop it.
Yeah, you buy when it's low.
Come on, you got to be risky.
No, because dude, after
You got to whisk it to get the biscuit.
After
Gamble.
that statement,
Gamble.
are you done?
Yeah.
After that statement that Kamala made about, did you see that with the Jesus is Lord thing? Did you see that, dude? So after that, here's my thing, right? Like, look, I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like the Democratic Party. I think they're a bunch of fucking scumbags. However, after seeing longer versions of that clip, a part of me, because what it was is the people that were yelling Jesus is Lord, they were unsurprisingly, obviously, they were a very far-right, pro-life protest group that were known for protesting a couple of her rallies, not a lot, but a couple.
So ironically, she was correct in her statement.
So yes, ironically, yes. But what I really do think happened, just giving her the benefit of the doubt, is what I think happened is she didn't hear them say Jesus is Lord. I think that she just heard them yell something and just saw their signs for pro-life and was like, you're at a different rally, or you're at the wrong rally. The smaller rally is down the road or whatever. Now, granted, does that make it okay for what she said for people just expressing beliefs in general? No, I don't support that. I don't like that at all. It just happens to be, and because I've been thinking about this a bit since it happened yesterday, whether you want to call it just like an act of God or you want to call it just chance or whatever, it just happened to be.
Are you talking about it with JD Vance?
Well, I'll get to that. So then, just I'm just saying what are the chances that she let's say she didn't hear what they really said, right? If they responded, or if she had responded to that and it was any other heckle, it wouldn't have mattered. But the fact that they had said Jesus is Lord, and then her response to that was just openly fucking mocking them. It's like, man, especially with how divided we are right now, I don't think you could have had a worse heckle to respond to that way. And do I feel bad for her? No, not at all. Because at the end of the day, even if it wasn't a religious thing, they're American citizens. You need to win their vote. Why are you openly disparaging them? That's horrible. Right. That's very silly. But
that's not what it's about anymore.
But exactly. But what I'll let you say what you say. The last thing I want to say about this is I don't like Kamala Harris at all. I like as close to like genuinely hating the Democratic Party as you can. I fucking hate them. And I'm glad it happened to her, and I hope it's one of the final nails in the coffin. But then for what you just said, for JD Vance to then have the same heckle, and he goes, this is all she had to do, even if she had heard them say it or whatever, right? Just so nonchalantly, they're like, Jesus is Lord. And then he goes, oh yeah, Jesus is Lord, or Christ is Lord, or whatever he said. And he just tries to go back to his speech. But then the whole crowd just erupts. It's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's a W. That's nice. Right. That's a W.
Easy win. Well, so I don't know if you know of this page on Instagram. It's called The Typical Liberal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's one of the most popular. Yeah.
They started off in like 2016 or whatever as like just a meme page, like just talking shit. lately this dude has been sucking Trump's dick, like so much so
He's
that
been doing that since fucking 2018.
I am worried for this guy's mental health.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
is how
Well-
hard he is just in.
Well, him and Benny Johnson did. They're in the same fucking sphere.
So like, there's some shit that like he posts where I'm like, dude, seriously, back the fuck off. Like, that's not even. You're just as bad as Fox is. Like, you make me actually think Fox is fair and unbiased. Is how retarded you are. But anyways, so he rode with that whole Kamala deal about, like, you know, somebody saying Christ is Lord. He went on this big ordeal about how if you're going to call yourself a Christian, you should never think about voting for Kamala. And I was like, that is not what you should even remotely say to anybody who, whether you're Muslim, Jewish, anything. You shouldn't say, if this is what you want to call yourself, you shouldn't think about voting this way. Because imagine how much of a sour taste that'll put in your fucking mouth if you are somebody who does naturally agree on Kamala on some things, and then some guy who is a very, very far-right Republican says, if you're going to call yourself this, then you shouldn't. Not only are you going to question your political views, but now you're going to question your religious views. So now you're going to put somebody in a situation in which they're going to question calling themselves a Christian.
yeah, it's not good.
It's fucking retarded.
No, it's not good, because then what you do at that point, right, at least in my opinion, when you start saying stuff like, oh, if you're any type of religion, you should be voting for this person, in my opinion, you are almost elevating whatever. What's up?
Oh, Dom just texted.
Oh, okay. I just saw his story on Instagram and I was posting about the podcast. Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing he put on his story.
Okay.
Okay, sick.
So anyways,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Dom is watching. I don't know if he watches any of my podcasts, but actually that's not true. I know he does.
Probably not.
He told me he watched. He named me. Granny actually watched the podcast.
Really?
Yeah. He watched.
Oh, God, I hope she hasn't watched any of these
she had
ones.
watched one of the ones me and Joey did, and I think she watched the last solo one that you and I did in the old house. That was only like 2 hours that we had to cut because David was fucking pissy and wanted to go to sleep because he's gay.
He's a crybaby.
But yeah, he's a crybaby. But yeah, So
Hi, David.
one of our best friends' father passed away recently. Very very unfortunate. What the fuck we're talking about? Oh yeah, so God, that really threw me off track. I'm not gonna lie.
So Kamala.
Yeah, let's do a quick toast, really. Yeah, you know, to Rodney, man, that sucks.
To Rodney.
Cancer fucking sucks. It's very unfortunate the way he went. I mean, death is sad in general, but you know, yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh yeah. So when you start saying stuff like that, where it's like, oh, if you're a Christian, you shouldn't vote for Kamala. It's in a weird way, you're elevating that political figure. Like, you're assuming that person is elevating the political figure to like a god-like status.
Well,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Well, so like
it's
imagine
it's
like,
almost like you're equating it. You know what I mean?
Imagine like the average anti-Karen in 2018 or even go into like 2020 during like the, what was it called?
Oh, sorry. Can I say something real quick?
They try to get him out. Go.
I'll let you think about your thing. No, I know what you're talking about. I get what you're saying. It's not like they're elevating them there, but it's like they're elevating themselves, saying like, "Hey, I know the word of God. The word of God is this."
Like God, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
It's like God wouldn't want
God
you to
tells
vote this
me.
way.
God told me that voting for whoever is the right choice. Yeah.
So there were people that during the getting a president out of office. What the fuck is the name?
A coup?
No, the
Impeachment.
The impeachment. During the impeachment of Trump in like 2020.
Yeah.
When that was going down, there was a bunch of artwork that was being shared across Facebook
Oh,
of Trump in the
yeah.
Oval Office with Jesus, like with Jesus's hand on Trump's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, they accused me too." And I was like,
Which is
"That's
so-
not the same.
so
That's
ridiculous.
Not the same."
Well, because
Oh my gosh.
Not even close.
Well, because I will say this, like it's the because I'm a Christian myself, but it's like the evangelical Christian voter base is so by and large are so fucking pompous sometimes as a group that's like, yo, Trump is not your God. First of all, by definition.
Dude,
A.
I saw people comparing him to an angel sent by the Lord. Like, people were saying Trump is the lion the lion sent by God, and I was like, no.
Well, you know what I don't understand?
You're confusing shit.
When it comes to that specific voter base, what I never understood is why did they? Because what's one of the biggest
False idols. Don't declare false idols.
No. Not, well, yes, that, but like, what I hate to say selling points because I don't want to equate any religion to a business, but one of the biggest like selling points or ways you convince somebody to at least consider Christianity or consider a religion, one of the best convincing ideas of Christianity is that God can take the worst type of people and turn them into a vessel for the gospel, turn them into a vessel for my brain is short circuiting right now. What's the term for when you are witnessing a witness, right? He turns the worst people into a witness for his son Jesus and for the teachings of the Bible, you know, to show that God's redemption can take the worst of humans and make them good, make them pure, make them, you know, a holy being or whatever. Not a holy being, but like someone who's filled with the Holy Spirit. I never understood why, like, the evangelical Christian voting base, why the super MAGA supporters, because most of them are Christian or Christian or Catholic. I've never understood why they didn't use Trump in that way, where it's like, yeah, you're right. Trump did do all this. Are you saying
compare him to a prophet?
No. Okay. Where it's like Trump did lead this life of he leads this life of lavishness. He's very rich. He had this TV show. He got, caught saying grab him by the pussy, all these different things. He may or may not have sexually assaulted somebody. That came out in court as negative, but whatever. But he is someone that is consumed by the world, right? Consumed by materialism. But now when you see him campaigning in 2023 into 2024, there are like quote after quote and video after video of him publicly saying that, especially after the assassination attempt, right? So many times he's out in public saying, I'm only here because of an act of God. It was a miracle. God is real. I believe in God, all these different things. I never understood why they don't spin that into like, that's the power of God. Like, look, God can even take Trump, someone like him that you people on the left hate so much. And even God can take him and use him as you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no.
See what I'm trying? I never understood why they never did that. But the fucking people on social media, all these cringe people do shit like that, where it shows like it's a Photoshop picture of Jesus with his hand on Trump's shoulder saying, yeah, they accused me too. It's like, no, bitch. Like, that's not, no.
I think, and this is like a huge part of it, especially in Christianity, because Joey thankfully came with me to my church this past week.
Sick invite.
I invited you, stupid bitch.
I know. I had my own Bible study to go to. I know.
So, but
time out. Before we start this conversation, hold that thought. Can we take a potty break?
Okay, take a potty break.
So Joey has the bladder of a child. We will be taking a short commercial break. Feel free to enjoy the my stand-up promotions that I play at the beginning of the episode. Thank you all for watching. What's up, everybody? Before we get into the podcast, I do have a couple of stand-up shows to announce and remind you all of. For the next 2 Tuesdays, the 22nd and the 29th of October, I will be at The Block in the Rio Rancho Bernalillo area. Those shows are going to be hosted by my boy, AJ De Leon. It has been an amazing venue so far. First show we did last week was absolutely killer. On the 22nd, we've got Sarah Kennedy, co-host of Dry Heat Comedy Club. She will be headlining. And then on the 29th, we've got both Zach Abeda and Josh Fournier. They'll be headlining that show. It's going to be a absolutely killer show. begins at 8 p.m. Venues open all day, so get there whenever you like, but the show begins at 8:30. Gonna close out on what's up, everybody. Before we get into the podcast, I do have a couple of stand-up shows to announce and remind you all of. For the next 2 Tuesdays, the 22nd and the 29th of October, I will be at the Block in the Rio Rancho Bernalillo area. Those shows are going to be hosted by my boy AJ De Leon. It has been an amazing venue so far. First show we did last week was absolutely killer. On the 22nd, we've got Sarah Kennedy, co-host of Dry Heat Comedy Club. She will be headlining. And then on the 29th, we've got both Zach Abeda and Josh Fournier. They'll be headlining that show. It's going to be a absolutely killer show. Begins at 8 p.m. Venues open all day, so get there whenever you like, but the show begins at 8:30. Going to close out at about 9:30. Amazing free show. Come check that out. And then this Friday, the 25th at 8 p.m., I will be hosting AJ's Halloween show over at Safe House Distillery. Huge shout out to those guys. They've been amazing letting us do all of our downtown stand-up shows there. Again, free show. It is a Halloween themed show, so if you want to wear a costume, you are more than welcome. Come check that out. And then the big one, I will be at Quesada's Comedy Club and Cantina November 8th and 9th. I will be hosting for the amazingly talented Caroline Ray of the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show, amongst the amazing other things she's done across her career. Shows, I believe, are at 7:30 and 9 p.m., or might be 7 and 9:30 p.m., one of those two. Either way, it's a Friday and a Saturday. 2 shows each. There will be a ticket link in the description of this podcast below. Go check that out. It's going to be an absolutely amazing show. It's an awesome club. Every show that I just listed is free with the exception of the Quesada's show. So go check that out. It's going to be an amazing time. Also, starting tomorrow, right after this episode 200, I will be posting a lot more stand-up here on the YouTube channel. There'll be a whole playlist dedicated to it. Go to that playlist. It's going to be a bunch of stuff I've done at Dry Heat, bar shows, the roast battles. I've been having a lot of requests to put the whole roast battle up. So I'll put the roast battle up. Going to start taking comedy on social media a little more seriously. So there'll be a playlist there to check that out. All right, let's get into the podcast. What's up, everybody? Before we get into the podcast, I do have a couple of stand-up shows to announce and remind you all of. For the next 2 Tuesdays, the 22nd and the 29th of October, I will be at the Block in the Rio Rancho Bernalillo area. Those shows are going to be hosted by my boy, AJ De Leon. It has been an amazing venue so far. First show we did last week was absolutely killer. On the 22nd, we've got Sarah Kennedy, co-host of Dry Heat Comedy Club. She will be headlining. And then on the 29th, we've got both Zach Abeda and Josh Fournier. They'll be headlining that show. It's going to be a absolutely killer show. Begins at 8 p.m. Venues open all day, so get there whenever you like, but the show begins at 8:30. Going to close out at about 9:30. Amazing free show. Come check that out. And then this Friday, the 25th at 8 p.m., I will be hosting AJ's Halloween show over at Safe House Distillery. Huge shout out to those guys. They've been amazing letting us do all of our downtown stand-up shows there. Again, free show. It is a Halloween themed show, so if you want to wear a costume, you are more than welcome. Come check that out. And then the big one, I will be at Quesada's Comedy Club and Cantina November 8th and 9th. I will be hosting for the amazingly talented Caroline Ray of the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show, amongst the amazing other things she's done across her career. Shows, I believe, are at 7:30 and 9 p.m., or might be 7 and 9:30 p.m., one of those two. Either way, it's a Friday and a Saturday. 2 shows each. There will be a ticket link in the description of this podcast below. Go check that out. It's going to be an absolutely amazing show. It's an awesome club. Every show that I just listed is free with the exception of the Quesada's show. So go check.
Yeah, don't drink on muscle relaxers. Holy shit.
Dude, one time me and David did that, and I was passed out waiting for my chicken nuggets. I don't know.
That's fine. All right. Is the camera on me, David?
Yep.
All right, cool. Fuck. All right, everybody, we are back.
Wait, is that camera right?
Yeah, everything is running.
Okay.
David, you see me on stream?
I see, yeah.
All right, we are back. David is in the studio. Say hi to the people, David. You are mic'd up, by the way.
Hi, people. I made it.
All right, we're all here.
Hi, David.
We had to take a little potty break, talk to our friend Dom about some, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, father passed away, so some funeral expenses that he's going through right now. It is, I gotta be honest.
Fuck, you're loud in that.
It is.
So loud.
Am I loud?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will turn that one right there. How's that sound? That sound bad?
Turn down a little more.
No, it should be fine. I might turn it down lower than that because for the stream. So what I'll do is speaking to your mic.
Check.
There. Your thing. Okay, so your headphones were turned up to 10. That's why.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was very loud.
Yeah. All right. So, what the fuck were we talking about? We're talking about. Oh yeah, I remember talking about. Oh, I will say
Going to
this before we
church with Springer.
before we go into the more like serious shit. Am I like centered in the frame?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, cool.
Good. You look great.
It is fucking weird sitting on this side.
Do you want to switch?
No, I don't.
Okay,
No,
good,
no.
'cause I
We're
don't
gonna
want
leave
to.
it the way it is. But this is weird.
Now you're in the hot seat.
So,
We're interviewing.
David, can
Yeah.
you look in the closet really quick? On the top rack, there should be another set of headphones. If you want to grab me those. But yeah, I never understood that. Why? So, so David, what we're talking about, they're either gonna be in the top rack or they're gonna be in the tough box. And if they're in the tough box, it's fine.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't see him.
Can you dig through the tough box really quick?
Yeah.
They're gonna be the headphones that look just like those Sony ones. My whole thing was like I never understood why they didn't ever like frame Trump that way, where it's like it's a man redeemed by God. You know, I never
So-
understood that rather than just like making him some kind of weird like
Messiah.
like some weird
So
saint
what
character.
Here's what I understand about like why they didn't go down that route is you have like a group of people who just get so caught up in like the immediate emotion of what comes up. So they see all of this and then they see the whole world accusing an individual. They don't see like an overall just kind of presentation of somebody who maybe's come to Christ.
Right.
They see the
That's fine.
the accusation that follows. So in that turn,
Can you hand me those? It's under the table. You know what you're saying?
in that turn, they're sitting there and they're basically comparing Trump on a level that would be like that they would see as almost what Christ would have been. And they're just bypassing so much because, and this is where it gets fucking annoying. This is where I get upset, right? So my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, you know,
Amen.
came, died on the cross for all of our sins. This man's got it. He understands.
I'm glad you're here. Amen, brother.
Amen.
He gets it. But, you know, he was the Son of God. God placing himself and humbling himself so much to be in the flesh and walk with man to show us how it's done. By that same logic, Jesus lived a sinless life and then still died for sins that were not his.
Right.
And then you had these evangelical Christians who are comparing Trump on the same level.
Yeah, it's stupid.
So much so to the point where you have to sit back and go, no. That's not how it goes. Because even Paul writes, follow me because I'm following Christ. Like,
Right.
walk in the same path that I do because I'm walking the same path that Jesus has. We're still not Jesus, but they're placing him on that level. And that's where it gets fucked, is because you do have people who are, maybe they're just riding that line. Who do I vote for? Who do I not? And let's say it is an atheist. And then they see Auntie Karen's post on Facebook where they're saying, oh, he's accused in the same way that Christ is because he's trying to rid America of its sins.
Right.
He's trying
yeah.
to go against China. But no matter which way like they place it, they just get caught in this delusion. And that's where it's upsetting as a Christian, because you sit there and you see these people acting and you're like, no, back the fuck up for 2 seconds. because even you're not supposed to be idolizing anybody in that same realm.
Well, and not for nothing, but if I was let's just say I'm agnostic to most things in life, things that are way out of my control, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, I'm very agnostic to all of it. I don't really care that much. I acknowledge the importance, but whatever. And I kind of do go into each election cycle with the realm of like, oh, well, let's see what each party has to offer this go around. I don't really pay attention to the big stuff. I might watch the highlights of a debate. I might see some clips of rallies from both Kamala and Trump here and there. But then, yeah, I do see my coworker or a relative or whoever on Facebook sharing memes or sharing pictures that are more or less equating Trump to a Christ-like figure. I'm like, oh, maybe the Democrats are right. Maybe these guys are cults or a cult-like following. Whoa. Maybe these guys are a bit, whacked out of their fucking mind. So maybe I do go vote left. Like I don't see how any of that, like, I don't see how any, because the last thing that MAGA Republicans need is validation. That's the last thing they need. They have it already. They love themselves. They love their movement. They don't need to be validated by anybody external. So I don't see how anything like that, posting that on social media, promoting that kind of bullshit, I don't understand how that does anything positive for their political movement.
What if it's the left?
Thank you for bringing that up. So what I really don't like about, one of the things I don't like about the left is they accuse, and there is some ground to accuse them on, in all fairness, they accuse these MAGA Republicans for being a cult. And it's like, okay, well, much like other things in life, human problems, right? The left, they project so fucking much, whether it's just like their talking heads or it's their own political candidate, whether it's Joe Biden. Is Springer throwing in a Zyn instead of Chew?
No, he's not using it.
No, I quit because after my wedding, I promised my wife that I would stop dipping.
Hey, well, listen, guess what? First of all, you're not dipping. You're not dipping anything, because dipping means you're spitting. You don't spit Zins, you swallow. Second of all, you're here with the boys.
You made me guilty about it?
Don't be a fucking pussy.
Eat a dick.
Don't be a fucking pussy. We already got on David for being a pussy. Don't be a pussy.
Yeah, that wasn't nice, by the way. Hurt my feelings.
Is that real Chew? Or is that like the fake Chew?
It's fake.
What? So is that like tea leaves and shit?
A combination thereof.
Well, because I just remember, like, I went to Four Winds a while back, and I lied to myself, like, yeah, I'll start doing the fake Chew, and I'll do this. And it was like the pouches, and I went through a can in a day.
So
anyway, let me finish my point. Sorry, let me finish my point. So my point is just that
it's empty.
So they what? That's empty. Oh, okay. So they project, right? That's one of the biggest things that these political parties do on each side. But I think the left is so much more guilty of this. Like alone, like the argument can stop and start, in my opinion, with the removal of Joe Biden, because I get that it's a right-wing talking point right now, but like it's the fucking truth. It's like, yo, you had, because I don't think Donald Trump won the election in 2020. I think he lost. Now, to say also in the same hand, I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can say that Donald Trump lost the election, and you can also say that there's some fuckery. Like, no election, because humans are fallible, and obviously, there is no election that's 100% legit. Sorry. Just like in anything else, nothing is 100% legit. It's not a thing, first of all. Second of all, so you have a democratically elected president in Joe Biden, right? And then after that debate happens and America sees, not only America sees just in its most finite version how fucking decrepit Joe Biden's become, but also the left-wing media and the Democratic heads, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, all of them, they have to now realize like, oh shit, yeah, we can't run with this guy anymore. They're now forced with, okay, so do we keep lying to the American public, bold-faced lying, or do we run with Kamala Harris, right? So then they do the swap, or a fucking coup, or whatever you want to call it. They swap out fucking Joe Biden for Kamala Harris, and then what happens? Like, the one thing that for the foreseeable, they've had it for the last, we're in 2024, for the last 8 years or so, they've had it on the Republicans is message discipline. They have had that on them, where every single news station, every single major talking head, every leadership head of the Democratic Party, they are all on the same fucking talking points. All of them, right? Whether it's the Russia hoax with calling Donald Trump an agent of Russia, recently where they're calling J.D. Vance weird, where it's Trump is a threat to democracy. All of these different talking points, they're the same across the board, whether it's at the very top at CNN and MSNBC, all the way down to local stations. It's all the same shit, right? So they have message discipline down. And then not only that, they swap out Kamala Harris, or swap out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris, and everything from the party leadership to their lowest constituent just falls in line. And it's like, yeah, you know what? We love Kamala Harris. There's a sense of, what's their talking point? The sense of joy. It's the sense of joy, and it's we're unburdened by what has been, right? It's like, oh yeah, we all love Kamala Harris. We're all on board for her. We want Mamala. We want Mamala. We all need Mamala. And that's their thing. And they're so good.
Hashtag girl boss.
Yeah, exactly. They're all so good at this message discipline. And I look at that and I'm like, is that not a fucking cult? Because last thing I want to say, with the MAGA Republicans, the one of the only credits I will give them is, and I wouldn't even just say the MAGA Republicans, I would just say the greater majority of the Republican voting base. If right now, let's say not even an assassination, not even Trump getting killed, let's say for whatever reason, this would have had to happen, obviously, because we're like, what day is it? The 22nd? First? Okay, 21st. So we're like 2 weeks away from the actual election, right? So let's say 90 days ago, for whatever reason, they had to swap out Trump for DeSantis or like a Marco Rubio or who,
even Vance as he stands.
Or they wouldn't have done it for Vance either, because Vance was a nobody 90 days ago. It would have had to have been somebody who was in the primary. So let's just say it was Vance, right? Or not Vance, DeSantis. Let's say it was DeSantis. If they would have swapped out Trump for DeSantis and the Republican leadership tried to put DeSantis up where Trump is, the grand majority of the fucking Republican voting base would have been like, no, Trump is our guy. And because what I would wager to, this is all hypothetical, but I would wager to bet that if they would have done that, and then Trump turns around and says, well, I'm running as independent, fuck y'all, the Republican Party as we know it would have almost dissolved. You would have had these staunch Republicans that are just as much party based as the Democrats are, where it's like, I'm voting Democrat no matter what, blue or nobody else, whatever. But I would say that easily 50 to 55% of the Republican voting base would have gone independent. Now, granted, that would have won the Democrats the White House, but they would have done that. You can't replace Trump with anybody else. With the Democratic Party and effectively Kamala Harris, you're not voting for Kamala Harris. You're voting for a fucking machine.
So do you think if Biden would have said, fuck you guys, I'm going independent, do you think you would have saw the same flip?
No, that's my point. That's my point, is that if you're voting Democrat, you're voting for a machine. If you're voting, and this is the one credit I want to give the Republicans in the MAGA party, is that if you're voting Republican, you know you're voting for Trump. For the Democratic Party, they've shown us, plain as day, they've shown us that you're not voting for a person, you're voting for a fucking machine. Because what was the conversation, and I guarantee this happened, because what was the conversation when Biden, like leading up to the debate, right? And now it got amplified post-debate for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before they swapped him out for Kamala. But what was the conversation? I don't know. Biden's not that great. He's fucking failed as a president. The Afghan pullout, inflation, blah, blah, blah. He was
doing like a run to show just like, oh no, I'm as sharp as ever.
Well, that was after the debate. But
that's
before,
what I'm saying. But after the debate, he kept doing this run,
right,
and it was a holdout.
So that just proves my point.
I think the Democrats fucked themselves over in that situation, because in order to show party unity, what they should have done, right? Because when did that debate happen? Like September?
August. But that proves my point, though, is you're not voting for Kamala Harris. Because let's just be completely honest. It's not because she's a woman. It's not because she's black or Indian or whatever her real ethnicity is. It's because she's Kamala Harris and she's a pawn in the machine of the Democratic Party. She has no organic political thought. That's so fucking obvious to me. She does not have a single organic thought when it comes to running a country or running the United States.
Did you watch her on Oprah?
Yeah, it was terrible. It was all of it. Oprah, The View, 60 Minutes, that original interview she did with Tim Walz on, I think, NBC or CBS.
Call her daddy.
Yeah, call her daddy.
See the one with Brett like 3 days ago?
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a second, because that was fucking atrocious.
That's what
But
caused us to go to 63% now.
but like
Before
my
it
whole
was, like,
thing is
50.
she has no organic thought as a political leader. So you're not voting for Kamala Harris, you're voting for a machine, right? You're voting for this fucking it's not even what do you call it? It's not socialism, it's an oligarchy. You're voting for an oligarchy if you vote for the Democratic Party. And that's the credit that I want to give to the Republicans is like, at least you know you're voting for Trump. You can't replace Trump with even the best of the Republican Party has to offer, and there's not many, but with the best that party has to offer, just because of how Trump has placed himself in that party over the last 9 years, you're not, like, you can't replace him. He is irreplaceable in that party, right? So then you get to the Brett Baer incident, right? And I call it an incident because that wasn't a fucking interview. That was a yelling match, and Brett Baer should be, honestly, if whoever the head of Fox is right now, after the whole incident happened with Megyn Kelly and all them with the sexual harassment incidents that happened, dude, Brett Baer should be fucking fired. That was one of the worst interviews I have ever seen from a interviewer, from a journalist, whatever you want to call them. That dude should be fucking ashamed of himself. Because all that was, off the fucking rip, it was so obvious that he was going into that with a Trump tilt that it's like, why are you interviewing Kamala Harris? Because look, I don't like Kamala. I don't like her as a person. I don't like her track record as a fucking DA. I don't like her track record as a fucking vice president. And there is a slight argument that you could call her a proxy president, because when she went on The View and they were like, what would you do different from Joe Biden? And she outright said, I would do nothing different. And then she doubles down and says, I was a major player in decision making. It's like, so even with, you're telling me, and you're telling the American people that you stepped outside of your duties as a vice president to assist and advise the president in making these decisions, and you were a key player in the decision-making process to these things that are effectively dismantling this country. What the fuck is going on? So again, you could almost call her like a proxy president. But then for Brett Baer to go into that interview with such a strong conservative and Trump, honestly, like a Trumpism tilt to him, where that was not an unbiased interview, because he starts at, like, the first thing they talk about, I want to say, is immigration. And he's saying, like, so how many, he wanted her to give an estimate of how many criminals she let into this country. First of all, that is an unfair question to ask of pretty much anybody who's not, like, well, granted, she should be working directly with the director of Homeland Security and the Border Patrol, but for them to be able to say, like, how many, you basically want her to out her own problems outright. Just to open, like, you should want that in an interview if they've made mistakes, but not out in the front, first of all. And second of all, like, just there was a borderline level of respect that wasn't given to her, because at the end of the day, she is still the vice president. She is still the front runner for the Democratic Party. There's a level of respect that needs to be given that just wasn't. And that's why, like, 5 minutes into that 28-minute interview, it turned into a shouting match. And it's like, what good does that do anybody? And of course, that's gonna fucking tilt the betting market to a 63-36 split, right? But it's like, I'm not a Kamala Harris supporter, but come the fuck on, dude.
Well, like,
It's all part of the script, brother.
It is. It is a part of the script, and it's shitty. It's and that's why mainstream media, quote unquote, mainstream, is dying. That's why podcasting is fucking. That's why people like Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Russell Brand, all Ben Shapiro. Even I don't like that guy at fucking all. I think he's very intelligent, but he's a fucking moron somehow. Just
Women can't have orgasms.
that's why.
First-hand experience, I know.
I've never seen my wife's clit.
That's a lie.
But it's just like, that's why podcasting is. That's why it's weird to call the mainstream media mainstream.
Well,
because they're not the mainstream.
So, my grandma gives me so much shit. She goes, "Oh, you don't know anything," and I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean, dude?" And she goes, "You get all your news from podcast." I'm like, ironically, that is like the closest thing to a non-biased news source that you can get, because there's such a large sample size that you can almost whittle it down to who is saying the common factors in all of these.
Into the mic.
Into the mic.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
Whoa. What does Briscoe say? Bass boosted.
But like, I told her, I was like, hey, CNN is left leaning. She goes, no, CNN is very balanced. I was like,
Oh no.
Okay.
Was she being serious?
no, she's dead serious. She means it.
Oh no.
I said, Fox News is very right. And she goes, oh yeah, Fox News is very right. And I go, ABC is very left. And she goes, oh yeah, ABC is very left. And I go, CNN owns ABC. And Disney owns
Yeah.
all of that. And she goes, that's not true. And she looked it up. And she goes, ABC is owned by CNN. And I go, oh.
Well, it's like,
Really?
it's like no, the way you end that conversation.
That's straight two for the home, Grandma.
So what you do, you just tell, hey grandma, so here's my Hulu subscription. Just sign in real quick. Just sign in. Just sign into Hulu.
Just sign into
Just sign
Hulu.
into Hulu.
Don't
and then,
give you money to
all you have to
China.
do is you go to Hulu and you go to the news tab.
It's
What?
ABC.
And what comes up? ABC, CNN, and it's like, what the fuck are we talking about? Because I have a bit about this that's actually working really well. Because when we had, so we went up to Colorado to visit Rodney. So me, him, Dom, and Steph, Rodney's wife, we're in the
Oh my God.
we're in the hospital room, right? Or in the hospital room where Rodney's staying, and he's got the Steelers game on, right? The rerun of it, and it's regular TV. So there's like commercials and shit. And they run a political ad that's a Trump ad, but it's anti-Kamala. I'm not making this up. This is the fucking verbatim how it is. So it loads the ad and it shows a mugshot of this criminal. And it goes, this migrant came into our country illegally, murdered a father of 3, sent to prison, and Kamala Harris paid for his sex change. Their policy is they, them, not you. And then it's like, what the fuck? And I turn that into a bit.
This message is supported by Trump.
Yeah. I'm done with Trump, and I approve this message. Well, because like that's not a very effective bit in my sex. It's like, well, I asked the audience, and I've done this in front of audiences that are like our age up into the 40s, and I've done this for like an audience. I did this for that weird ass show that I did on Saturday because there was literally fucking 70 and 80-year-olds sitting in that very audience of like 7 we had in that little room. But like there's a bunch of old ass people in there, and I was saying, I was like, how many of you guys, like specifically some of the older people, I forget how I said it a lot better, but I was like, the older people in the audience, do political ads work on you? Like, are they effective? Do they change how you feel about the person you're voting for or against? And they're like, no, not really. It's like, who the fuck is that for? Like, who does that sway? I don't know. I just think it's fucking hilarious.
Well, so I've been on this for a long ass time. I think that what the Democratic Party should have done from day one, like from the second that debate happened, is they should have ran an all-out, let's fucking run with it.
With who?
So hold on. So they take anybody anybody from like the past 2020 election, because obviously Kamala is sitting here as the front runner. Okay. Not Beto. Fuck that dude.
No, because what I was trying to say earlier, and I lost my train of thought, but I was trying to say earlier about Kamala, I guarantee you this conversation happened behind closed doors with why Kamala is running right now is because like Barack Obama, because there's two camps in the Democratic Party. There's Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, and there's like the newer echelon, right? That's Kamala, that's the squad that's led by AOC and all them. And I guarantee you what happened is they over here with Clinton and Obama, they were like, hey, we need to find somebody new. Kamala's not going to do it. We're going to lose to Trump. And then Kamala over here was like, hey, listen, I'm the vice president. I was democratically elected too, motherfuckers. I was elected into this office. If Biden keels over tomorrow, I'm the president. Therefore, you either run me or I turn around and run a campaign that says the Democratic Party is lying to you. They're not about DEI. They are not about inclusion. They are not about the minority party. They're not the minority party. They are not the party of black people. They're not the party of women of color. I almost said something worse. Of women of color, right? I almost said colored women, but that sounds really bad. But we are not the party of women of color. So either you run me. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I like how you like almost said it bad. Here it is.
Here's
this is what I was going to say.
Well, yeah, it sounds bad, but like we are not the party, or the Democratic Party is not the party of women of color. They forced me out of this election. How do you feel about that voter base? So they were like, okay, I guess we'll run Kamala Harris. And you were saying, sorry.
So I think the DNC had a very good option of like just pushing Tulsi Gabbard forth.
No, she already stepped out by then.
Well, hold on. Just wait. I'm going to get to a point.
Okay.
So Biden steps out. They get the official announcement. The week after, they take all the anybody that was big at that point, a name just at any point that has been in somebody's mouth, and they run a 3-week, we're going to do nonstop fucking debates, live TV, and just run this shit. How you poll amongst Americans is who is going to take this. Now, if Kamala is less than 10% behind, let's say Tulsi Gabbard is at 9% over Kamala, and those are the top two, we're going to run with Kamala. Because she gives us the best chance, because the way that polling works is if you have a 10% gap on somebody, you likely have a 2% gap over the opposite party. And that's just what we've seen.
And just for argument's sake, but for argument's sake, are you pulling out of general Americans? Are you pulling out of the Democratic voting base?
Democrat.
Okay, because the reason I ask, if you're pulling out of the general American voting base, you have a margin of like 9 to 12% that are like, what are they calling them? They're calling them like closeted Trump voters, where they say they're going to vote one way, but in reality they vote the other. And then if you're doing that with the Democratic voting base, I think you still have a margin of error of like 2 to 5%.
Well, so there's this dude I watch on YouTube where he follows like the election maps, and he's just been following these things like a motherfucker. And he says there's a 6% margin of error. So let's say. It says Kamala is 6 points ahead. 6 points ahead in whatever state. That means it's likely to be a tie. Mm-hmm. So if she's 3%, that means Trump wins by 3%.
Yeah.
And it's a one-way margin of error. There's no back and forth. It's always been a one-way, because Democrats show up really well to polling. They don't show up to the booths. Republicans show up to the booths, but they don't show up for polling.
Okay.
So that's where there's this margin of error, and it goes. Now it's predominantly like seen in like the Northeast, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, areas like that. That's where that 6% is largely seen. Obviously, in California, it's nowhere near the same.
Right.
But right now, based off of this dude's projections, Trump is on track to, I think, get like almost 300 electoral votes. Like he's at like 298 right now, based off of what he thinks. So, anyways, I think if the Democrats, because right now what they're pushing is they're going back to like the 60s and 70s. We're a party of the people. We're your person.
I disagree. Continue, but I disagree.
But what they're like what's the fucking word? The overall narrative that they're pushing is saying like we're your person. We're the exact person that you should be voting for if you want to vote for the average American person. And they're just losing because what they tell us that is you've had the office for the past 4 years and the average American person hates what the fuck is going on. And they keep trying to feed that at you. Because did you see the rally in Michigan versus the rally in Pennsylvania with Kamala, where she changed the way she spoke?
Yeah,
where she
code switches.
Yeah, like she speaks very like eloquent and upfront, and direct. Then she's in Michigan. She's like, "You better thank a union rep."
Yeah,
and it's like you're pandering. That's what you're doing. Is
you're code switching
because you know.
Here's Megan the Stallion.
Exactly. You're pandering to the demographic that you are trying to reach in this region.
Well, so okay, here's why I disagree with you. I disagree that that's not their strategy. Their strategy is Obama in 2012. Now it's still failing. Let's put it. I just want to put that out in the front. It's still failing. So go to YouTube on that big screen. Look up in the YouTube bar Barack Obama speaking to young black voters.
Break Obama.
Yeah. So look up Barack. Do you know how to spell Barack?
Obviously not.
Barack.
Oh, I see. It was the C. There we go.
Obama.
The screen's up there and you can't actually see.
Break Osama.
Speaking
to black people.
To young black voters.
That's the title?
Yeah. Yeah, to young black voters. So what they're doing right now, in my opinion, is scroll down.
Oh, I lost my cursor.
Scroll down. Yeah, right there. No. Yep, right there. Yes. So don't pause it. Okay, so what this is, press the mute button on the thing and then let the ad play and then press skip when the ad's done. So the reason skip it and then pause it. Okay. Whoa. So this is what I think is going on. So right now, if you remember the campaign of Barack Obama in 2008, it was the campaign of change, right? Is we're going to get through a change.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. We're getting through the Bush years. No more wars. We're closing Guantanamo Bay. We're going to pull out of Afghanistan. We're going to fix the economy, all these different things that are going to happen. This is going to be the party of change, right? That is the playbook for Obama, right? That's gonna. I love that meme so much. Obama. Yeah, so that's going to be the playbook, is that we are the party of change. We're going to bring you more civil liberties. We're going to do all these things. We're going to fix your tax brackets, whatever, right? That obviously fails, right? He has a horrible 4 years. So then if you look at the campaign that he runs in 2012, what is it? They switch from policy to cultural movement. Gay marriage. Hey, if you vote for Obama and you elect me into office, we are going to make gay marriage legal. And now, granted, they did that, right? They did that. But they are pulling on emotional values now because their policy has failed. So the reason why I bring this up is because now also people that really don't believe that Obama is not a major leadership head in the Democratic Party right now is I wouldn't even say they're ignorant or blind, just because you gotta have to dig like a little bit into it. But he is a major figure in the Democratic Party. He's been a major figure for ever since he got elected to president. And really not just because he's black, but just because he's very savvy. He's a very good public speaker. He used to be able to connect well with people. Springer, if you could hand me the remote that's sitting by the monitor, so I can just control the volume on that a little bit. So what you're gonna see here. No, wait. Stick around for a second. So what you're gonna see here is, in my opinion, a very stressed out version of Obama, a very desperate version of Obama, and this shows this is a microcosm of how freaked out the Democratic Party is. Dave, you want to press play? And make sure it's on the stream too, please.
Oh yeah, which one's that?
So where it says Big TV.
Oh yeah,
just hit
TV.
You stream TV. Yeah, if you want to hit the eyeball on that.
There she is.
All right, go ahead and play the video.
Put it not over your face. There we go.
Supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable.
Okay, choose that one. Sorry, because there's one. Yeah.
I'm going to go on ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind. Because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and
Okay, pause it. Pause it. As we get out of this.
all quarters.
Okay, so I want to find. Go back to the previous page. Where's the search page? Actually, I'm sorry. Hover over the play bar where the spike happened. Go to the spike really quick. Yeah. All right, press play.
Disregard not just for the communities, but for
Okay, no, sorry. Pause it. Sorry. Get out of that. Go back. No.
He's not telling me what I want to hear.
No, he's
Find
not.
a
No,
different one.
because there's a portion of this right before this video starts. Go back to the search part of it on the previous page, because there is literally a part of this video where he's speaking normally, like he's using his regular voice, and then scroll up a little bit maybe, and then hit that CNN one at the bottom. So go down. Yeah, that one right there. Maybe it's that one. And then just kind of scroll through the video, see if you can find that same thing. Are they just talking about it? Whatever. So there's a part of this video, and people that are watching right now, you can go look it up and try to find it. But there's a part of this video where he's speaking normally, like in his regular voice. But then, maybe that's it. Press that. Yeah.
you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody.
Yeah, that's not it. I'm sorry. But I don't know why it's not showing, 'cause I was looking at this fucking 2 days ago. But
Wait, on this
I should've.
YouTube?
Yeah, but yeah.
Just go to his history.
No. Sorry. Okay. To be very specific, I've seen the clip on multiple podcasts, and I've seen it on like TikTok. Try to click on that one.
That's
And
on Kirk's dog. I doubt it.
yeah. Anyway, my point is that there's a part of the video that it's not showing at the very beginning where he's speaking normally, and then he goes, "Now, I'm going to speak to the brothers a little bit because you are the ones who need to hear this." And then he starts speaking really urban like that. And the reason why I wanted to show that very beginning part of it, along with the message he delivers, but the fact that he starts it with, "Now I'm going to speak to the brothers," where it's like, you're doing the same exact thing that Kamala is. You're doing the same exact thing. You're trying to appeal to emotion in a way that, like, it's not landing.
You seen that Keenan Peele skit when he was playing Obama, and it was
Yeah.
like 3/4.
Yeah.
My brother
Is the video off the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
My
So-
octoroon.
So the reason I bring that up is because they're trying to appeal to the emotional part of their voter base, but it's not fucking working. And the easiest way you can explain why it's not working is because of what happened?
Because you said something.
The Ravens are winning 34-10 with 250.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, that hat's badass. So,
Yeah, but I need the Ravens to lose so Pittsburgh can take top of the division.
I like the hat. I would never wear it because I don't like football that much, but I like the hat.
Well, thanks, but
Anyway, my point is that, like, it's not working, and the best way you can put it is from Clinton in the 90s, where he said, "It's the economy, stupid." That's how people vote. It's like, is the economy working for you? And then there's another Reagan quote where he was, I don't even think he was running. I think he was actually the president, where he was like, no, he was running. I'm sorry. He was running. And he goes, "Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?" And that's like the moral of that is what the Republicans are running on right now. Not as well as they could have. And they have so many better things they could be running the campaign off of. Because in my opinion, Donald Trump is running a fucking horrible campaign right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking horrible campaign. Like
Did you see
even
the
even
McDonald's shit?
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, he went to McDonald's, dog.
who gives a fuck? That's so
He
hollow.
showed that he was
That is
like
so,
us.
Yeah,
but
it's
you
so.
Even though
did that,
I've
it's
never worked at
hilarious.
McDonald's.
It's funny. It's funny, dude. It's like seeing a dog with sunglasses. Yeah, it's funny to look at, but it's stupid.
But you know
Would
why
you
he
vote
did it,
for
right?
that as a cute dog?
No.
Would you vote for that
No,
as
but
a
do you
cute
know why
dog?
he did it?
Huh?
You know why he did
Yeah,
it?
because of Kamala.
Yeah.
Because Kamala claimed that she worked at McDonald's or some shit, and then he was like, "Kamala's never worked at McDonald's,
McDonald's
for."
came out and said
for
that they have no
yeah,
record.
yeah.
Well,
What did
So
he
he's like,
say?
I'm gonna go get-
I've worked more days
Yeah.
than Kamala.
No.
has.
What he said was, I'm gonna go work at McDonald's for a full shift. And even if I do it longer than 20 minutes, it'll be longer than Kamala claimed to. Like that was the whole thing. But my point is that
I've put more effort into McDonald's than Kamala will into China.
yeah. And my point is that the Republicans and really Donald Trump is running such a horrible fucking campaign right now. Like the fact that even before the Polly Market stuff coming out and before the Brett Baer interview, the fact that it was a coin toss, and by all arguments right now, it's still kind of a coin toss between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. The fact that you're within a losing margin of Kamala Harris as the most powerful person in the Republican Party, he is the most powerful person in that party since Reagan. He's more powerful than Bush. Like, it's not even a fucking question. So the fact that you're possibly losing to Kamala Harris means you're running a fucking horrible campaign. And I don't think that's even questionable.
Yeah.
If you disagree, Joey, you've been...
No, I got nothing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's just like, look, that picture right there, right? Here's what I bring up, and I've had this conversation privately with a couple of friends of mine that are, yeah. You just noticed that?
Yeah. Did I give that to you?
No, I stole it.
You piece of shit.
No, so
Okay, hold up. No, I want you to know that Welcome to the Thunderdome was sitting over my bedroom door.
Put the camera
where
on this
me
one
and
real
my
quick.
wife
On-
first lived together. All right.
That's what he's talking about right there.
The woman I am married to now, that is where we first spent like our first shared community. And now you have that hanging in the podcast studio.
So here's what happened. So when you guys graciously let me take the spare bedroom, that was the game room. So what happened when you guys all took that apart? There were some decorative items. Let's put it that way. Some decorative items that you didn't know what to do with, and that was one of them that you kind of like. Remember the closet?
No, that sat over
No.
my bedroom door. Yes.
No, 'cause
hold
remember-
on. No. That sat over my bedroom door because I distinctly remember my wife saying, "Is that going to hang over our door forever?" And I said, "Do you not want it to?" And she was like, "I don't want every time I walk into your room to say welcome to the Thunderdome."
So where I found it, let's put it so I can be more accurate. So where I found it when we were all moving out, because I thought that was just in my bedroom the whole time.
No.
So where I found it was in the closet in my bedroom where I had like the rack on top of it. That was on the rack towards the back, and I found it and I was like, well, they haven't said anything about it. And this would be a pretty cool piece in the podcast
So
studio.
my wife gave me shit because she was like, "I don't want that in the house."
So I did you a favor.
And I was like, "I don't want to get rid of it." And she was like, "You're going to get rid of it." And I was like, "You're full of shit because this is my domain. This is the Thunderdome." All right.
Do you enjoy this dick that I'm delivering? Where do you
have
think it comes
two
from?
tickets to the Thunderdome.
But I don't know. My point is though, like, so I've had this conversation with a couple of my friends that are super fucking MAGA, and I'm like, yo, what I don't like about your party, one of the things I don't like about your party, your subsect of the party, it's not even a subsect, it's the majority of the party, is like, okay, so you got to think, when the Trump assassination happened, where that picture came from, right? So he gets shot in the ear, and it becomes a major news story for like 4 days. But what people don't really, I don't think people like really took into consideration the gravity of that situation. Like, this is not 1962, 63 when Kennedy got killed, where you have like the one Zapruder film in 63, where like it gets upscaled with technology into 1080p and then 4K or whatever. No. This is your guy, like the leader of your party, and at that time, still now, but at that time, the majority leader or the majority of the election to be the next president of the United States. And they, whoever you think they is, right? They wanted to shoot your dude in the head in 4K, live streaming, right?
CNN.
I'm going to get to that. In 4K on public television, national television, which what you just said, which also happened to be the very first Trump rally that CNN ever live streamed, but they wanted to kill him in 4K. They wanted your dude's brains splattered over all of his supporters, all over that stage, because they didn't like what he stood for, whether it's against your party, whether it's against the system, whether it's just a traditional fuck you spirit of America. They didn't like your guy so much. He thought he was such a threat to the system that they wanted to kill him in 4K. But then 2 weeks later, you idiots are mad because a bunch of dudes in makeup and dresses potentially mocked, let's be a little giving with it, potentially mocked the Last Supper in the Olympics.
That was before the assassination.
No, it wasn't. The Olympics was after. The Olympics was after.
No.
I'm pretty sure it was. But either way, but that was
have the internet.
But you look it up. But that was the
When did the Olympics
But I
happen?
remember that being the news story after the assassination. That's what people. It's the moral of the story, though, is that these MAGA Republicans have the attention span of a fucking squirrel, and I get that we all do. It's a real problem now with modern technology. My point is, though, is that like that division of the Republican Party, just fucking focus for a second. Focus on the fact that they tried to kill your guy in 4K, and I've said this to people, and I've heard like counter arguments where it's like, well, you know,
Olympics was after.
yeah, thank you. So it's like, okay, you know, well, it wouldn't have done too much. People protest no matter. I disagree, because if you look at, I believe a year before, it was the summer before that, or 2 summers beforehand, because it happened at the same time. It was Dylan Mulvaney becoming the spokesperson for Bud Light, and then it was Target with all of their children's clothing.
They're trans, like,
they had the
swim
trans,
clothing
yeah,
for
they had the
kids.
trans stuff on it. So, but what happened when all of that was going down? The fucking, obviously the conservative voting base was like, hey, we're going to openly protest against Bud Light, and we're not going to buy their product, and then we're going to stop shopping at Target. Obviously, there's a lot more open discourse and open protest against Dylan Mulvaney, because that was like an actual person you can yell at, right? But they stopped shopping at Target. They stopped shopping Target enough to where Target got rid of the trans bullshit, and then Bud Light switched from Dylan Mulvaney. I realize I'm yelling and I'm sorry, but they switched from Dylan Mulvaney to fucking Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's like, yo, you have the ability, like all of you people in the fucking Republican Party, especially in the MAGA voting base, you have the ability to protest. And the best way to protest is with your wallet. You have the ability to do it. Now fucking focus. Yell online. Do protest. Do whatever you have to do, because they tried to fucking kill your guy. And then there's been what? There's been 2 assumed assassination attempts that have been thwarted.
After the one in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So
that's my fucking
they had
point.
like another dude at Trump's like golf course, or like a golf course that
Yeah, with
he
an
was
AK.
playing at.
There's one with an AK.
SKS. The
And-
fucking shittiest of all rifles.
And then
to
there's
do
another
with.
guy. There's another guy at another rally
In
that had set up.
California, he had a loaded shotgun.
So
and he
shotguns-
was driving near, and so at first it was
I thought he tried
speculation.
getting in, and then when they patted him down, they found.
They said it
couple
was near,
handguns.
and they found a shotgun in his blacked
But-
out SUV.
but
No,
they
but I
all-
thought that they patted him down when he was trying to get in. They found handguns, and then when they found his SUV,
Maybe
they
I
had
just
guns.
saw the black.
But I read something too about like a car that had explosives in it.
Yeah, and I think,
Right.
well, explosive materials, like I don't know.
But you see my
A
point though.
bullet is considered explosive
Yeah,
material.
it's true.
But do you see my point though? Like these
Right.
people have the ability to keep the public discourse on a single thing for their guy, and they're just not fucking doing it. And also, you extrapolate that principle out, that shows you how shitty Trump's campaign is, because Trump has a fucking superpower that no politician has had since JFK, where he is able to control the public discourse. He controls what even the left-wing media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, he controls what they talk about by his actions. He can do that, and he's just not fucking doing it. For whatever, like, this is not the time. If this is really the fucking election that is going to decide the fate of the country, this is not the time to tone it down. This is the time to be as Trumpy as you can. And I'm not speaking about the Trumpies like the cats and the dogs bullshit. No, that's hogwash. That's fucking hooey. No, not that. The part where you're fucking on stage telling Hillary Clinton that you would put her in jail. The part where you're on stage saying that you're going to fucking wash out the deep state and you're going to like wash. The closest thing they're doing to it is appointing RFK into your party and saying that he's going to make America healthy again. That's a great start. But why the fuck? If you're fucking Trump and you really believe in somebody, like, I know I'm going on a tangent right now, but it really makes me mad. If you're Trump and you aren't giving RFK the biggest microphone possible to say about all the atrazine in the water, all the dyes in the food, everything that's leading to cancer that isn't fucking tobacco, and you're not doing that, you're bringing out RFK for special appearances? Dude, everybody in the Republican Party is either agnostic to RFK, where it's like, I don't really care that much, he's just a guy, we'll see what happens, or they're super supportive. There is a less, I would wager, this is completely hyperbole or hypothesis, but I would really believe that there is a less than 5% of the Republican Party that says, fuck RFK. That is all in the fucking Democratic Party and a little bit in the Independent to Libertarian. A little bit. And the independents that are mad at him are just mad that he switched out of independence and went to the Republican side, which is fair.
So,
but like, I don't. He is running such a horrible campaign. And dude, if Kamala Harris gets into the fucking White House, like, I don't like speaking like about like real topics like this. I don't like speaking in hyperbole. I don't like speaking in like doomsday terms. But like, I really do believe that, like, provided we make it 30 to 40 years from now, when people look back on like the history of the United States, 2020 to 2024 is like the prologue to the downfall of America. But Kamala Harris getting elected into office in 2024 is chapter 1 in the downfall of America. I really believe that. I really fucking believe that.
So going into 2020, Biden versus Trump, right? The guy I was working with at the time, I told him on several occasions, I said, this election is going to dictate the political course for Americans for at least 20 years.
A buddy of mine who's watching the podcast right now just sent me an Alex Jones meme. And thanks for watching, buddy. But yeah, you're saying?
But so I said it's going to dictate the course for Americans for at least 20 years.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I think Americans' attention span is too short. I said, no. Here's why. So if Trump wins, and this is obviously pre-Trump and Biden, right? So if Trump wins and he kills it, let's say over from 21 to 25 before he absolutely relinquishes presidency in January, he just kills it. Americans are more inclined to vote Republican. Because whatever follows after, because I don't think Mike Pence holds up after the first.
Nobody cares about Mike Pence.
But I don't think he holds up in vice presidency after the first term. I think the second term holds somebody else.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Restart your statement. What are you arguing right now?
So in 2020,
okay,
when it was Trump versus Biden.
Yes.
This is before they determined it was Biden versus Trump. I was saying this shit in like
Wait, are you saying in 2020 it wasn't going to be Biden versus Trump? Because that's categorically false.
No, 2019 then.
Still. Well, no, that's not true.
Before they, So I was saying,
that's correct because Biden wasn't chosen, and Biden was actually at the bottom of the totem pole when it came to the Democratic Party's primaries.
I was
So,
saying it
Okay.
at least before Biden was like considered like
The nominee.
Democratic nominee.
Okay.
I said this election is going to determine the American voting for the next 20 years at minimum. And he was like, "You're full of shit." And I said, "Well, look, you have a lot of people that love what Trump has done. You have a lot of people that hate whatever Trump is."
Bring the mic a little closer.
Bruh.
Whenever you hear the bass in your voice, that's. How many times have we done this podcast?
4 times?
I think we're at 5 or 6 now.
Or whatever.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah, right there. There you go.
so
He has such a sexy voice.
Bass boosted.
this
I like
is
having it.
96.2 KXY, giving you your late night jams.
He should be on late night radio.
Hit that smush.
Listen, if I don't have a
music.
half chub all the way through a Springer episode, it's a real issue. Anyway, continue.
Anyways, despite going into this election, I was saying it would determine how Americans vote for at least the next 20 years.
Okay.
So my partner was like, "You're full of shit, dude. Americans have a short memory span." Or, yeah, whatever.
That is a way to put it. Yeah.
But if Trump won and he kills it, then Americans see Republican at least over the next 20 years. If he fucking fails, they say blue. They see blue all the way through. Because he was just given this elevation so high that if he failed, we saw whoever came after the fact. Now that Biden won going in, look at how catastrophic his presidency was. Whether it was Kamala at the border. Kamala portraying to talk to fucking American kids at NASA when they were Canadian children.
Wait, what?
Oh, you didn't know.
Pull that up, please. Look up on YouTube. I imagine it's Kamala speaking at NASA.
Yeah.
Will that pull it up?
So Kamala was like giving like a tour of NASA to American kids. Well, turns out all the kids in that video were Canadian.
Wait, before you click that, with Paige. Okay. So the same video.
That video. No, for real.
This one?
Yeah.
Or this one?
No, second.
No way. Yeah. Press play.
Oh my
I'm
god.
working on it.
Ready to start? Okay, go. So, I may not always be fast to take my parents' advice, but what is the best advice your parents have given you that perhaps you could share with us?
When have you ever seen a kid talk like that?
You know, one of the most important pieces of advice that I can offer you guys, and I want you to really remember this. Never let anybody
Pause real quick. I'm sorry. Pause it. What I love about this, it's a perfect shot. So what I love about this is your statement you just said, David, was perfect. When have you ever heard a kid speak like that? Obviously staged. But if that wasn't enough, let's assume they let all these kids have like organic thoughts or questions or whatever. Notice how like every ethnicity that could be represented is represented. They couldn't have a white boy. Oh, no. You can't have a white kid or a white male in there. But they've got a black kid, a pasty white girl. They've got Evan right there. They got they got an Asian kid. They got a black girl, and then who's the? See if they keep playing it, but I want to see who the black haired girl is.
never let anybody
You gotta be Mexican.
suggest
That's what I'm assuming, a Latino, right, or Latina?
you tell them who you are and who you know you are and what you intend to be. Got that? Yes. All right. I got more advice usually.
So what is the most surprising thing you found about being vice president?
There have been a lot of things because I've never been vice president before, so there are
This is like a fucking PBS special.
things that I'm really excited about, and one of the reasons for our visit and the time we're going to spend time together today is the Space Council. My mom was a scientist, so she would take us to the lab with her, like on the weekends. And
All right, we're done. Okay. So what was going on behind the scenes of all this?
So they're in Canada. They're not in the U.S.
Right.
These kids are not American kids. They're Canadian kids. So that's what was played for a while behind like the scenes. Like, oh yeah, Kamala is being portrayed as like this hero, but this video was released to save her from all the border shit.
Wait, keep going. I just need to make it quick.
It's like, you fucked up in the South, so we're going to send you to the North, and we're going to say you can save America for whatever reason. So Kamala had a massively scripted interview with her and a selection of these kids in order to show American youth and education. She was set to show how American STEM kids are moving forward.
And they're all Canadian.
They're Canadian children. They didn't even trust their own fucking education system to provide their own children. They handed Canadian children to this woman and a scripted fucking telecast, whatever you want to call it.
A recorded interview.
Interview.
Yeah, it's so bad.
To show, look at how good our education is doing. I'm sorry. I'm fucking 20 years deep in a Democrat, like in a blue fucking educational system in New Mexico. I'm dumb as shit. I slur when I'm sober. Fuck off.
Well, like
with
that's been like my biggest scare. Honestly, my biggest fear of getting pulled over for like a DUI checkpoint is if they ask me say the alphabet backwards.
Oh yeah, no way.
There's Joey, can you fucking say the alphabet backwards ever in your life?
Especially under
ZYW.
pressure with like a flashlight in your face.
Negative.
Like that's never gonna fucking
happening.
happen. That's never gonna fucking. That's crazy. I had no idea about that. That's fucking hilarious, man. I don't know. It's just there's also, can we just know? So like YouTube, as you guys know, I'm sure, they removed the feature where it shows how many downvotes you have on a video or a video has. But if you download an extension, you can show it. Springer, if you would like to read off how many downvotes to upvotes that video has.
1.2 thousand upvotes. 14,000 downvotes.
Like it's kind of speaking to what you said earlier. I don't understand. I don't understand how, like, if they knew they were going to replace Biden, why they didn't just like take the top 3 or 4 people in their party and run them and like see who the people want. But just to in place them, like, and then Kamala Harris, it's like, I get that you're the vice president, and I get that you know, there is a sense of entitlement that is earned with being the vice president. You're supposed to replace the president, the sitting president. I understand that. But also, like, we're all human, right? We all have, or we should have, a sense of self-respect, a sense of pride in whatever the job that you're doing. Like, you should have a sense of pride in what you're doing. If I was Kamala Harris, like, why would, unless you have just this unsatiable lust for power, like, why are you not just being like, I don't know if this is going to work out for me?
Here's the video of her with that like rapper at a red carpet.
Hold up.
Like when she was 20.
I need to clarify stuff.
Wait, Joey has something to say. Hang on.
I gotta clarify the fucking horrible video we just watched. So they're at the U.S. Naval Space Observatory, right, in America. The Canadian portion of it. So the children actors were selected by a Canadian production company called Sinking Ship Entertainment. And according to the White House, stated that Kamala did not select the child actors.
Oh no!
But the production company did.
It's called Sinking Ship.
Yeah.
You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
So
There is no way it's called Sinking Ship.
I just did.
Oh my! I believe you, but it's like
I got it from both reliable sources. I got it from Fox News and CNN.
I mean,
So-
at least you're here.
Balanced.
Well, yeah, no. If you take from both sides of the
Fair
shitty
and
apple and you bite
balanced.
into it, that is like some of this shit. That's how. And I mean this with 100% sincerity. That's how I know there's a God, because if we're made in God's image, that means He has a sense of humor, and there's no way that the failing party. How scroll down a little bit. How long ago does this video go up? How long ago did it happen? 3 years ago. There's no way that like. Sinking Ship Productions. That's crazy. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess when I think about the current election and when I think about what's going on right now, again, like I can't see Trump. And again, I don't like Trump. I've been kind of boasting Trump right now, and if you guys want to get into it, I can say the two major issues that I have with him, that if there was literally anybody else on the Democratic ticket, I would vote against Trump. It just shows how, because obviously Trump's persona, it's been his media persona.
Would you
sure
vote Biden
it's
over
his,
Trump if Biden stayed in?
Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back. If it was anyone other than Biden or Harris, I probably would have voted against Trump.
All right. So,
But Trump's whole persona, his media persona, I'm sure his personal ego is, I'm not a loser. I never lose. I'm the guy that always wins, whatever. Dude, like, if you're within a margin of error with these people, especially after the last 3.5 years that we've had, I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, you're a fucking loser, dude. I don't get it.
So what I want to pose is, who is your optimal Democrat nominee?
Provided that Tulsi didn't leave the party, it would have been...
Just in overall, no speculation, no...
Yeah, it would have been... It would have been and this is what I'm hoping, if the Republicans have a lick of sense in them.
Willie Nelson.
In 2028, it would have been... in 2028, they will run a Tulsi, which I think they're kind of piloting right now, and the public tends to like it a little bit, from what I can tell. It's a Tulsi Gabbard RFK ticket.
So I personally love, not like to an absolute worship point, but I love Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
I think she has a great stance for the American people. I think she has a point where she's not winning everybody's heart, but
Which is crazy that she's not.
But she's getting you to a point where you're going, maybe. And it's so hard because Trump is on the ticket that you have dumbasses like the typical liberal and everybody that thinks his way, where they're like, Trump is God incarnate.
Yeah. Well, my whole thing. The reason why I love Tulsi Gabbard so much is, so yeah, she's a service member, but she's a service member with a brain, and she took the correct things out of the war on terror. Right? She went to war multiple times, and she was like, "Hey, this is not good. We shouldn't keep doing this." Which is like, even if she didn't take down Kamala Harris with the. With bringing up her record to DA and saying how many people she withheld evidence from and how many people she kept in prison and all this kind of stuff. Not that that's like a little thing to brush over, but even if she didn't bring all that up, the fact that she's so anti-war, and now we're seeing this with because none of this happens in a fucking vacuum, right? None of this happens as like, oh, now we're going to be pro-war. No, this has been a pre-planned thing for a long time. The leadership of the Democratic Party knew this is the way this was going. And obviously Tulsi Gabbard did not fit that mold, because, I mean, her speaking point of her campaign was, we are against regime change wars outside of the U.S. And that's been the U.S.'s playbook since fucking Vietnam. So they can't allow a person like that to get in the Democratic Party. But I don't know, man. Like, I look at her and I'm like, yeah, she's well spoken, she's very attractive, and she looks good on camera. But like, the things that come out of her mouth make sense. And it's like, yeah, you don't want, like, I would be more scared, frankly, of the person that goes overseas multiple times and then comes back and goes, yeah, I want more of that. That scares me more than somebody that's like, hey, war isn't fucking good, dude. We should probably not do this.
So, how much of a failure is Tim Walz?
Dude. So I see.
Let me give like the background as far as what I know.
Can you pull up while you're saying this, David? Go to Google and look up Tim Walz. Tim Walz, China, and then students.
So, as far as I know, Tim Walz, National Guard, pretty much career, right?
You need to speak in the front of the mic.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Do you want that?
Yes. Yes. Do I want to hear you? Do the listeners want to hear you? You know what's funny? Okay, sorry to cut you off, but like Springer is one of the most requested return guests of this podcast.
Why?
Like no,
What a guy.
like
Why?
like
What
no
a
shit.
guy.
Like people, like I'm not gonna like.
Throw up. Throw up. Throw up.
So okay, so like I want to, because I like having a one-on-one with David. I like hanging out with David. Joey's an OG. That was episode 1, episode whatever. People like seeing Joey, but like one of the most requested or like enthusiastic like towards a guest that I've had is, in no particular order, it's the Slums of Harvard, Springer, and then just like any of the bigger comedians like Buck D or Trip Stilnecki or Zach Abeda. So it's like the bigger comedians in Albuquerque, Slums of Harvard, and Springer. People fucking love Springer on this podcast, and it's so cool. It's so fucking cool. But anyway, pull up a couple of tabs while you're speaking about Tim Walz.
So, anyways,
Just if you hover over a tab and press on the mouse wheel, so like hover over a link, like go to that first one for the New York Post, and press the wheel. Yeah, pull up a couple of those. Yeah, exactly.
so anyways, at least my understanding, Tim Walz got like he enlisted in the Wisconsin National Guard, and this dude had everything in front of him. He got an artillery unit, he moved up the ranks, and he got the opportunity to work forward towards an E9, which is,
yeah. Okay, so keep going.
as you and I know, the highest enlisted rank.
Go back to Google. And keep going.
Oh,
And
the
put
highest
Tim
enlisted rank.
Walz,
And
National Guard, Command Sergeant Major.
so what was presented for him was you had to finish your school
Yeah.
or you had to spend, I think it's like 3 years. He had like parameters.
Yeah, Command Sergeant Major. Yeah.
He had parameters to fill this rank.
Command
And-
Sergeant Major. Yeah.
Before any of those parameters were met, they hit him with, hey, you're getting deployed. And he basically said, fuck you, I'm not going, and eat a dick. So when he first got elected to Kamala's ticket, he boasted that E9.
So perfect right here. David, if you could bring this up on the stream, please. I think this is a good breakdown. Let's leave it on the key points. So, yeah. So,
Anyways, before we go into that, he boasted E9. And it was such a huge talking point that people were like, oh, Tim Walz is this weapon of war. Like, he understands
Whoa.
what happened.
yo, that's a lie at the bottom right there for Snopes. So, okay, David, if you could open up another tab and look up Tim Walz National Guard official statement. Because that last point there for Snopes, because have you guys heard that rumor where like Snopes is a lot left bending now, and it's kind of like moved towards the Democratic Party, where Snopes was supposed to be like the fact checking of the internet.
I just know what I've heard straight up from angry cops. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, yeah, no, so that video is correct because he brings up the statement from the people that served with him in the National Guard. Yo, that last statement on that Snopes tab is a fucking lie.
Really?
Because what it said is that it's accurate for him to serve as an E9 when he never made
an E9.
He never made E9.
He was a probationary E9.
So go to images because there's an official statement from yep, right there to your right, the one that looks like a paper on the bottom. Yeah, pull that up. Open that in a new tab. Yeah, it's fine. And then zoom in. Okay, so that was okay. Never mind, wrong one. I apologize. That was the wrong one.
So Tim Walls boasted that he was an E9. He understood weapons of war. He knew all of this. And going
David,
forward,
I'll send it to you on your phone so you can look it up.
Okay.
going forward, once he got added to Kamala's ticket, they were like, "You're not what you say you are. You don't understand what it is that you say you understand as far as weapons of war. You don't understand as far as the military says they do, because you've never actually fucking been there. You abandoned your unit because when they said you're going to deploy in order to be an E9, you told them to eat a dick."
So you are correct in what you just said, and I'm looking for the actual statement that was made from the people in his National Guard unit that were like, "Hey,
Hey, David.
Tim-
Try just National Guard statement about E9 rank at the top. Yeah, just add E9 rank.
let's see. That's from it's bullshit. Yo, this was fucking everywhere like 2 months ago. Why can't I find the actual statement now?
Give you 3 guesses.
Find the angry cops one.
No, I just tried it. He won't show you. He just talks about it, and I don't want to fucking scroll through all that. Because it came out in August, and yeah, I mean, the moral of the story of it is that he made the rank of Master Sergeant, which is an E8, E8, and he was going to end up being a Command Sergeant Major, but he had to finish his schooling, and he never did because his unit got orders to deploy to Afghanistan or Iraq, one of those two. And once he got those orders, he was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna deploy under those circumstances." So he never completed the schooling as an E9. And then once he was an issue 2, so he leaves the National Guard, he becomes a congressman, and then when he's a congressman, he starts here we go. So here is I'm going to read a statement really quick from his battalion commander that is still serving right now. All right.
Can you send it to David too?
Yeah, but then I'm have to re-find it.
Well, he'd just send you the link and then you just.
No, it's on Instagram. That's the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read it. So this is from Tim Walls' command sergeant or battalion commander that's still serving in the National Guard right now. This is as of August 11th, right? So John Kolb is his name. I do not regret that Tim Walls retired early from the National Guard, did not complete the Sergeant's Major Academy, broke his enlistment contract, or did not successfully complete any assignment as a Sergeant Major. Unwittingly, he got out of the way for better leadership. Tom Berthrens was the right leader at the right time, sacrificed for the right call, blah, blah, blah. The guy who replaced him was very good. Okay. By all accounts, and on the record, he was a competent chief of firing battery / gunnery sergeant and first sergeant. I cannot say the same of his service sitting frocked in the CSM chair. He never earned the rank or successfully completed any assignment as an E9. It is an affront to the non-commissioned officer corps that he continues to gloom onto the title. I can sit in the cockpit of an airplane. It does not make me a pilot. Similarly, when the demands of service and leadership at the highest level got real, he chose another path. So what ended up happening was he leaves the National Guard. I'm trying to find the post, but it might have gotten deleted because I have it in my saved. It got deleted. But what ended up happening was, so he leaves the National Guard once he finds out about a deployment. and he goes and he gets elected into Congress. And so, like, for people that aren't in the military or never like had military members in their family, a traditional thing in the military are these things called like command coins or challenge coins, or whatever it's called. Basically, a person in a point of authority can have custom coins built for them, and on the coin, on one head, it shows, or on one face, it shows like the unit that they're currently serving in at the time. And then on the other face of it, it has attributes of that leader. So like, it'll have different units they were in. If they were in the army, it'll have like if they were airborne, if they were air assault, if they were a ranger, like the different ranks they've made, whether it's like a, like first sergeant, sergeant major, if they made it into like colonel, or a bunch of different ranks they've achieved. And the insignias of all the ranks will be on the coins, right? So when Tim Walz had challenge coins made for him as a congressman, one of the things on his challenge coin was the command sergeant major rank and the unit insignia for his National Guard unit. And he was giving that out during his time as a congressman, telling people effectively that he was an E9, a command sergeant major, when he never completed the course. He never he never effectively assumed the rank of command sergeant major. He's going around toting that for some bullshit fucking reason. And then obviously, like, if he had never became, a running mate to be the vice president, it wouldn't really be a thing, right? He's like, oh, like, yeah, that's really fucked up. I imagine the furthest it would have gone is some other service member, like either current service member, like a Tulsi Gabbard.
It would have been in his state at least.
Yeah, it just would have been at the Congress level. Like, hey, man, you shouldn't do that. It's kind of fucked up. But now that you're getting put on the national level, it's like, hey.
And he goes, was I a knucklehead? Yes.
Well, that was about the Tiananmen Square bullshit. That was about
an
that.
answer on the debate stage. He's like, that's all
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
that
about
was
that.
so. That's a quote. So what happened was when they were in the debate, between him and JD Vance, they asked him about where he was in China, because he had claimed
claims to be
that
there,
there during the
Tiananmen
Tiananmen Square thing, but turns out he was there 70 days later or some shit. Anyway, that's semantics compared to this shit. But my
I was
point
in
is,
Tiananmen Square, but that was in 2002. Actually,
but like my point, or sorry, it was like 70 weeks or some shit. Sorry, but my point is that if you're lying about your military service, you're saying that you've assumed these ranks and you've done all these things. How can we trust anything else? And then some things started coming out over the last 2 to 3 weeks where in the debate, he talked about how he worked with his church and they went overseas to China and they had brought like singers and like entertainers and they brought like youth group participants over to China to help like ministry or whatever to people there at the time. One of the kids who went with him that's now an adult is coming out and saying, yeah, Tim Walz assaulted me.
what?
Yeah, look up Tim Walz rape allegations. That's what I was trying to have you pull up when you looked up China and students.
China and students.
Yeah,
Equals rape.
so yeah, click out of that. Let's see what the next headline is. Yeah, get rid of that. That's the ad block bullshit. Yeah, get rid of that. No, get rid of that. Nah. Scroll up. Just so I can see the headline. Nah, that's political's left. So, but leave on the Snopes point. So on Snopes, the third one of their key points says Walz serves as a command sergeant major, did not retire at the grade because he did not complete required training. The guard has said on numerous occasions that it is accurate for Walz to state that he served at that rank. No. So that's
How do you
semantics.
serve at it but not retire
So
at
okay,
it?
so I'll explain that. So I'll
So
explain.
he did serve at that rank.
So
because he was given almost a step promotion.
Right.
Like if I was in country and
It's semantics.
I finished my military career at an E3. So let's say I did some good shit, whatever, X, Y, and Z, and they step promoted me to E4. He got a step promotion virtually to E9, but they said in order to officially obtain E9.
Like in country.
No. This is in state. It's
So what he's trying to say is like, so let's say him, right? So basically what happened, because what would happen in his case was that the command sergeant major for his battalion position opened up. And we all know how the Army works. It's not by how good of a person you are, it's how good you are on paper. And on paper, he was the next person to be command sergeant major. So they put him in that role notionally, right? If you're to look at his paper, I guarantee you it says something to the effect of once Master Sergeant Walls completes his training, he will be then promoted into Command Sergeant Major Waltz, but he's assuming the duties and responsibilities of CSM Waltz, because that's still going from E8 to E9, right?
Okay.
So what ends up happening is he might have like completed paperwork and authorized promotions and conducted training as if
the bullet points.
Yeah, exactly. As if he was an E9, but he was still only an E8. He never completed the training. But the issue is that he runs around touting, or he used to until this bullshit came out. Oh, not bullshit, but until this stuff came out in August. He went around touting as if he had completed Command Sergeant Major training, and he was that rank. He had a fucking challenge coin.
Okay. I
That's-
mean, just
You know what I mean?
We're splitting fucking hairs.
But that's the whole
But-
point of the argument.
Yeah, okay, we're splitting fucking hairs, but at the point, okay, so this is, I don't know how the Army fucking promotion works, but like how Navy promotion works is you get frocked, you put on the rank, but you're not paid at that rank for a certain amount of time. Like, and their excuse is to make sure you are fit to qualify.
And the Army doesn't
Just
even do
shut the
that.
fuck up.
But the Army doesn't even do that.
Okay,
That's my
but
point.
just shut the fuck up real quick.
You're
Let me,
wrong.
let me
but
just
wait,
finish. Can I just finish?
Let him.
Let me just fucking finish.
okay.
Jesus, fuck, before you jump down my throat. Let me tell my story real quick. All right, sorry. Beer and muscle relaxers, all right? Yeah, so then to make sure you're fit to qualify like at that rank or that leadership role, you need to complete certain things, like you had to complete the leadership course and something else. And then once you're officially paid is when you're officially that rank, right? So, and again, apparently it's different for the Army.
Yeah.
Once you put the rank on, you put the fucking rank on, right? And you're just paid immediately.
Well, because they won't give you the rank until you completed the schooling. But what they'll do is so it's the stereotype behind why nobody wants to be a corporal, because if you're a corporal, you have the duties and responsibilities of a sergeant, but you don't get paid as a sergeant.
Yeah.
But you have to assume those duties and responsibilities. So with him. So what happened with him is that he was an E8, a master sergeant.
Yeah.
And on paper, he was the most promotable person. So they gave him duties and responsibilities of a CSM, but he never completed the schooling to do it. So he never actually got the rank because he retired because he was at 22, 23 years.
Like I said, we're splitting hairs though. So we're speaking unless you can find it, that they never gave him the fucking rank.
We just found it.
Huh?
I just read it. That's what I just read.
They just said he never did it.
No. So he
Explain. I'm gonna go pee. Explain it.
So he got given conditional CSM rank.
Right.
So he got given CSM 9. Now, the way it works in the Army, especially the National Guard, is they'll give you E9, your CSM, right? Now, within 3 years, you have to obtain one of the following.
Okay. Okay.
You have
That's
to
what I'm
finish-
talking about.
But wait, so you have to finish school. So you're still paid as an E9. But you have to finish school. You have to gain a deployment underneath said rank. And I forget what the third one is. So you have to obtain one of the three. He did not complete any of those. So he is technically retired at an E8.
I get that.
But
I
he-
understand that. And then we're splitting hairs, and I think it's stupid he's claiming he's an E9. But we're splitting hairs at the point where it's okay, yeah, they gave him the rank of E9 under conditions that he completes these within 3 years, or he forfeits the title, right? Or he forfeits the rank.
So let me propose this, right? So when I got into the Air Force and I got my MOS AFSC is what it's called. So when you get your AFSC, what you're given out of the start. For mine was 3E 8X1.
Whatever
or
the fuck.
X, whatever. So the X means you don't achieve said rank. So you get 1, 3, 5, and then going forward, saying if you were like brand new, an apprentice, going on. Now, the X moves up with where you are in rank. Now, let's say I told somebody I was a 3.8x5 or I was a 3.85 whatever.
Hey, hold up real quick. Just for the record, the Tim Walz assault thing, I found it. It's not real.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
Okay, sorry.
just gotta
Let's
click
just,
on it
let's just
first
get off of this because
before-
we're splitting hairs. I agree, it's stupid. He's claiming he's E9, but I think it's fair to say that like, hey, they gave him the fucking rank. They paid him at the rank.
They never paid him though.
He just told me they did.
No, they did.
He was
They
never,
paid him at E9
They couldn't have because he never completed the school.
because he was conditional at the time.
That's what. That was my
But-
argument.
But the
It's
point
like
is
step
the
promotion.
point is that if someone's lying about their military career, the most documented thing about your life, if you elect to do it, well, documented by the government,
3E8X1.
right? Why would you?
Okay, but
so
can we-
why would you believe them about other things? And then so your original question is why did they pick Tim Walz? And I think
I'm sorry.
that's obvious. Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I just finish my thing?
Oh yeah.
So again with the splitting hairs about the rank. So if they fucking decided like, hey, no, you're gonna get E5, we're gonna pay you an E5, you're gonna wear the rank E5, but if you don't do this school within the next year, we're gonna knock you back down to E4.
Yeah.
And then you're like, all right, fuck it, I'm out. And then you got out.
Okay.
But you got out in E5.
But
Right?
No, E4. Because I was never pinned as an E5.
Well, they pinned you as an E5.
They paid as it's
That's what I'm fucking saying. Did they pin him? Did they not pin him?
no.
Did they
didn't.
pay him?
They never gave.
I don't fucking
Yeah,
know.
no. They never.
I'm gonna have to do my own fucking look it up into
yeah, no.
it.
They never gave him. But my point is though, in bringing this up, is
Like-
that if someone who has served in the military is going to lie about their service, which again, by the government, is the most documented part of your life. Because the government will make sure that they document everything that you did for them, right? Not everything the government did to you, but everything you did for them. They're going to document that. If they're going to lie about that, what else can you believe them on? But to your original point about like why do I think they picked Tim Walz? I think it's pretty easy. They picked him because he, on his face, right before you hear him talk for longer than 5 minutes, he's very much the classic Midwesterner dad, very he's like a sitcom dad. You know, he's like and that's and I made a joke about this in one of the sets that I did at Dry Heat a couple weeks ago, where I was like, wasn't it weird, you know, watching the or no, this is down in Ruidoso when I said this. I was like, isn't it weird I was like, did anybody see the VP debate? And a few people did. And I was like, wasn't it weird seeing normal politics again? Because if you watch that fucking VP debate, it's just Tim Walz and JD Vance being cordial and nice to each other. They kind of jabbed a little bit and they like brought up the faults in each other and like the fallacies in their policy. But for the most part, it wasn't fucking Trump. Yeah. It certainly wasn't Kamala Harris, and it wasn't all that nonsense. So that's why they picked him, is to like show that the Democratic Party like still has like an air of normalcy to them, that they can still appoint people to power that are, you know, of the old guard or whatever. But then like you look at the guy and in his first debate, he says, "I've become friends with school shooters," with zero context. Like that just doesn't play well.
Yeah, he misspoke.
He misspoke, but it doesn't play well.
But
that's my point.
That's been like his overall like point is misspeaking. I've been a knucklehead. I've talked this.
Right,
I've
but
said
this is 2024. This isn't 2001. You can't, or 2000. You can't speak like that with no context.
Exactly.
Anymore.
So Tim Walz goes up in that debate, and he's sweaty. He's nervous. He's shitting his pants,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term.
They put Tim Walz against a millennial.
And
You lose.
JD Vance, I'm not saying he won that by a vast margin,
I'd say he would. He did.
but JD Vance, well, so when I watched it, at first, I thought JD Vance was killing it. And then towards the end, I was like, you're kind of fucking losing me. Now, with Tim Walz, what I will say is he brings the same air that Kamala does, where he wants to be a part of what we all are in this room.
Hello, fellow kids.
Yeah. He's that Steve Buscemi meme
Yeah.
where it's like, hey, kids.
Yeah.
He wants to try to be what we are. Just an average American.
Yeah.
And with all of this shit, like, looming over him, if you're, I don't want to say educated, but if you're at least in the know over random shit, you lose, like, any faith in what he brings to the table.
Well, because again, it's not. If you vote for Kamala and Tim Walz, you're not voting for them. You're voting for a machine. Like, it's kind of like an accepted thing that the vice president isn't taken that seriously. And the only reason so many people paid attention to the vice president debate in the first place is because of how crazy the election cycle has been over the last 8 years. That's the only reason people pay attention. It's like, oh shit, if this is as crazy as it is, what do the vice presidents have to say? Like, nobody has ever given a fuck. Like, who was Hillary Clinton's running mate?
I don't fucking know.
My point exactly. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows. Who was
it?
Who was it?
Look up. You're at the fucking
Oh, I
computer.
thought like Noah was gonna tell us like he knew.
I forgot his name. Yeah, that's my point. It's like nobody fucking remembers Hillary Clinton's running mate. But that's my point. It's like nobody cares. But now we've come to a point, we've come to a head so much in our modern politics where it's like, oh, we're going to start paying attention to the vice president now? Holy shit. This is an issue.
I mean, fuck. McCain Palin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because she was shooting moose out of the helicopter or whatever. Wasn't that really like shooting pigs out of the helicopter? Right? Moose? Yeah.
I think. So, Palin, I think.
Who's McCain? Who was Hillary's running mate?
Tim Kaine.
Yeah,
Who the
I
fuck
don't
is that?
remember that.
Yeah, is he alive?
Yeah, as far I could tell.
Yeah. But, so, McCain Palin, I think, as far as vice presidents go, like with
How do I not
Palin,
remember that?
you paid attention to who was the vice president.
Yeah, because she was
Now,
fuckable.
Trump hit. Fair. Now with Trump,
Who's
Hillary,
Palin? Am I the only one? Come on, come the fuck on.
Now, so Trump and Hillary.
Do you have like a better podcast on right now?
No, I'm looking up the Tim Walz shit.
So
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, because I just had to find it, and it's like back and forth. Like,
Yeah, I
don't
thought
know.
for sure that Lisa Ann reference would bring him back in, but
no,
all right,
I'm
whatever.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was looking at it. It interested me. It piqued my interest, and I didn't know anything about it. So I was looking up stuff about it,
Well,
and it's splitting hairs. Because there's a bunch of different news sources that they say different things. They're like, "Oh, we have his official military record," but no fucking news source shows a copy of his official military record.
right. Yeah,
But they say like, okay, the guard said he had to serve at the rank for 3 years before he could retire at it. But he served at the rank, but retired as a master sergeant.
that's a perfect
for
way to put it.
benefit
That is a
purposes.
perfect way. He served at the rank, but he didn't attain the grade. 'Cause
No,
it's rank and grade. So yeah,
My brother.
that's a perfect way to put it.
No, he was given the grade, given the rank. In order to retire at that rank and grade, he had to serve at that rank and grade for 3 years, and he didn't, and he retired beforehand.
Yeah, but that's a 20-minute video, and that explains why he never got it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so he retired beforehand, and there's other things saying that, like, okay, well, he put his retirement paperwork in 2 years before they got notice that they were going to go to combat and go to Iraq, and then they got the official notice after he had already retired.
Yeah. So that was the bigger thing that the Republicans were running with, is that he ditched the deployment. That was the biggest thing, and then it came out. It was like, oh, he also happened to lie. Anyway.
Yeah, I just had to look it up myself, and it's just
So-
fucking.
So if you watch like the full Angry Cops video, the 20 minutes, right?
He breaks it down pretty well.
He breaks it down almost to the point where Tim Walz had every opportunity to obtain E9, and then when push came to shove, he backed the fuck out on it.
Allegedly.
Because allegedly.
Well, I'm not like
No,
I'm
you're
defending.
right.
I'm defending him because of the fact that like every news source is fucking different. So where is this guy getting his information from?
So
Because I can't find his actual military record anywhere.
So as far as what angry cops have displayed outright, from what you can understand, is he obtains
change it now.
facts to his actual military
30
record.
minutes out. What was that?
I'll send it to you right now.
Send it to me. I'll watch it later because, like I
But-
said, because every fucking news source is like, we got copies of his military record and this is what they say, but they don't have actual pictures of this copy of his military record. I don't know why.
Anyway, let's move on.
I
Yeah.
know.
let's move on.
We're just arguing the point, but like my point is
So
like, you're reading.
I was kind of joking at the beginning here, but do we have a Kamala voter in our midst?
Whoa.
No, it's you, big nose.
no. I know we don't.
Hey, knows you Jewish fuck.
What we have is somebody that's like, don't believe everything you fucking read on the internet.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I can
know what
live
I'm
with
saying?
that. I can live with that.
Because if you can't find it your fucking self, like if I can't get a fucking hand copy of like, hey, let me read his fucking military record and read it word for word of what fucking happened.
Well, would they
then
ever
what the
put
fuck
that
is it?
out, though?
That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. It's all fucking hearsay.
Anyway,
Every news source, Fox, CNN, fucking ABC, NPR, BBC, whatever the
Fox
fuck.
News is the truth.
Like no, they all have their own fucking opinion of what he did, right?
So,
But nobody actually knows for fucking sure except for him and the people in his fucking unit.
Let's talk about an easy topic: abortion.
No.
So-
No. So politics aside.
And I'm done with that. Sorry, and I'm done with that. I'm just saying.
Politics aside, right? What do you think is the best course for America after this?
That's a scary thing.
Whether Kamala wins
Yeah,
or
so
whether
not
Trump
to-
wins.
so not to,
let's
like,
take from
Crocs
your
and
average-
Gatorade for plants.
well, it's hard.
Rondo
well,
has everything
it's
plants
hard.
craze.
It's hard to take politics out of it because of how controlled our like daily life has become because
No,
of
it's not.
politics.
Wanna
Well, let me
buy a
finish.
house.
No, it's not.
Let me finish. It's hard to take politics out of it because a part of our daily lives, especially over the last 8 years, because of Donald Trump, our lives and our social media feeds have been taken over by politics. That's just how it is. So
Maybe yours.
So
okay.
but you asked me the question. Let me-
Issue by issue.
My
Yeah.
social
Let's-
media feed is
let's-
full of moodang and pesto.
Let's go one by one. All right, let's go south to north. Right.
Yeah.
So border politics aside, what do you think is the best course of action that
Is this like-
anybody? No.
Is it like Emperor Vargas scenario? If I'm in charge, I get to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I seal the border. Easy. Ah, that's funny. That's
So
So no, but I'm being kind of for real. So kill that real quick. So like for real, if I was president, like no shit. If I was president, I would fucking seal the border. Like I would
How?
whatever, because the big part of the president too, like what people kind of start to understand because of Trump, because how much of a doofus he is. But but like
I wanted David to see. Sorry.
But like because how much of a doofus he is, and then we saw like how public. Because I don't even think like prior to Trump, like people get fired out of cabinets, but it never really became such public news until Trump, because it was like, oh, he's the guy. Let's see what he does, and he's like firing people, and people
Get
are,
fired.
and then people are quitting, and then all this type of nonsense was happening in his cabinet. But a big part of being a president, in my opinion, is having the ability to pick the right people that are around you, because no one that's the whole point of a cabinet, is no one person can do every job. You need to have the ability to pick the right person for each job, right? So provided that I have competent people in the correct positions, truthfully, I would do my best. Like, first of all, just seal the border seal the southern border, and then seal the East Coast, because that is where a lot of the immigration is coming from right now, from what we were being told by the Border Patrol. And I would seal all. I think they call it commercial immigration or something like that. I wouldn't stop trade, because and now obviously by not stopping trade but stopping commercial immigration, you're still going to have illegal immigration come in, but it's still it's still taking out a bit of it. But I would stop that first of all, because you can't, Actually, no. Before immigration, because you brought up immigration, so that's what I would do. I would stop the immigration on a commercial level, and I would continue trade with the current partners that we have, but I would stop. People just want to come in seeking asylum. Sorry, you can't. And let me expand on that real quick, because like, unfortunately, no. I think this is a real solution, because unfortunately, with as big a problem as immigration has become in this country, it's very heartless, and it's very inhumane, and it's very against basic Christian values to stop people that are truly seeking asylum into this country. It's against those values, and I understand that, but also it's the same principle as the body is in sub-zero temperatures and frostbite is setting in. We are removing blood flow or blood circulation to certain parts of the body so we can maintain the vital organs. We have to cut off the foot to save the heart. And right now, with the way the immigration is going in this country, like, we need to fucking fix, like, and I would have felt a lot differently about this, because like, no one problem happens in a vacuum, right? Like, immigration, the way to solve immigration, you can't, like, the logic that I have to solve that really wouldn't exist if the Ukraine war wasn't happening. And the way to solve that wouldn't be happening, or I'm sorry, if the Palestine and Gaza, or Palestine and Israel situation was happening without Ukraine. And that wouldn't be happening. My solution to all of that wouldn't form if it wasn't for the immigration thing. And the immigration problem wouldn't be forming.
All right, so Donald Trump,
let me
take
finish.
a break.
No, let me finish. If it wasn't happening,
I just want to play vanilla. I haven't
well,
seen her
if it wasn't happening,
She's at my parents.
What?
yeah, if it wasn't happening for the healthcare situation,
I would have got her if you guys had asked.
So my point is none of this, because of how fucked America is right now, you can't solve these in a vacuum. So then that's what I do with immigration.
Well,
but
one by it.
yes, but the first thing I would do, if I was elected president in November, and all, inaugurated in January, the first thing I would do, I would immediately, like, literally the first thing on my Outlook calendar is meeting with Putin. That is the first thing, is a meeting with Putin and Zelensky.
On immigration?
No, on world no, just on
Well, I asked immigration.
right, but that's not the top of the priority, though. But
No
again,
one could be a politician, bro. That dude just circled for
No, because,
20 minutes.
let me finish. Because listen, I would have felt a lot differently about this 5 years ago. Because 5 years ago, what was the argument? The argument was, oh, we can't fix these problems because we don't have the money for it. Well, we clearly have the fucking money for it if we're sending all these hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to fucking Ukraine to fight this war we shouldn't be participating in, right? So the first thing I would do, because again, that is the number one reason why I like Trump. He treats the country like a business. And what are you doing when you have a hemorrhaging business? You figure out where money is being lost the most, and you patch that problem. And that number one problem right
Evan
now,
says hi.
at least,
Evan says hi.
Hi, Evan.
And then you get a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah, right. So the number one problem where you can fix
Buy a
that
two-bedroom
hemorrhage,
home now.
where you can fix that hemorrhage, is the Ukraine and Russian war. So the first thing that I would do is I would schedule a fucking meeting over there with Zelensky and Putin, and I would sit both of them down, and I would be like, hey, do you remember in 2021, the very beginning of 2021, the middle of 2021, where we had where you guys had negotiations that were set between the two of you, and then Boris Johnson came in and nixed those? Okay, we're going to bring that document back up. I'm going to sit with them. This is like a fucking 18-hour meeting, by the way. And I'm going to sit with them and make sure they read all of it. I'm like, okay, what do you object to? Because obviously things have changed.
And does everyone have to do it on shrooms or what?
Well, that's
right,
later.
Aaron
That's later.
Rodgers,
That's later.
take a break.
Yeah, that's later. But no, what I would do is I would sit with them and have them go over whatever treaty was made that Boris Johnson was sent to nix. And like, okay, I understand that this conflict has evolved and the war has changed. What do you object to? And I do not leave that room None of us do until we come to a treaty, because that war has to stop. Like, I'll just be completely frank. So me and Joey had a conversation until like 2 o'clock in the morning a couple weeks ago about like world issues. And the issue of abortion came up, right? And the way that I tackled abortion in that problem, or in that conversation, was, listen, abortion and reproductive rights is a real problem for Americans and for women. But guess what? You can't have an abortion in a nuclear holocaust. I'm sorry, you can't.
You can't.
So therefore, no, wait, let me finish.
No,
Let me finish.
This is a roundabout.
No, let me finish. No, but I'm getting to my point. So my point is that you can't tackle all these problems unless you step away from nuclear war. So we are not leaving that room until we come to a conclusion in which, listen, Ukraine is going to have to give up territory. That's just how it is. They're going to have to give up territory until we come to a conclusion in which Zelensky and Putin can reach a moment of treaty, or a moment of peace where they can sign a treaty that ends the conflict. Ends the fucking conflict, and we move on from there. Okay, so then what I do is I leave there. I'm like, okay, now we have all this money that we're no longer sending to fucking Ukraine to fight this war with Israel. So because the bigger overarching problem in all of this is BRICS. We need to stop BRICS from happening so they don't undermine the U.S. economy and go to the Chinese yen. So then what I do is I go to fucking stupid ass Benjamin Netanyahu, that fucking war criminal. And what I do is I go to him and I go to whoever decides to be the leader of fucking Palestine or Hamas or God knows who. And I go over there and say, well, first of all, I say, hey.
Stop. No, stop. No, you stop.
Take a breather.
Breathe.
Take a breather real quick.
Because
you're speaking in hyperboles now.
Because the question was, how do you fix immigration?
But then my counter argument to that is that immigration. Well, first of all, I answered how I would seal the fucking borders. So what I would do. So the specifics of immigration, I would dispatch the fucking National Guard, and then in different pockets of the country, I would deploy the active duty military. And I would stop.
You would bypass. No, so you would bypass posse comitatus to activate.
Yes.
Military.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because actually, I take that back. First of all, the first thing I would do is I would stop.
This message.
Yeah. So I would stop. I would stop all funding to any social services that are providing what would be considered humanitarian rights to American citizens to immigrants. I would stop that. I would cut those off immediately.
All right. So
I don't agree
with let me.
That's what I would do. Sorry.
Humanitarian rights?
Yes.
Why?
So okay. So you're telling me. And again, because I want to start big. And start zeroing in. Listen to me.
Okay, but time out.
No,
what is a humanitarian right?
Okay, so here's an example.
I'd be like,
So
so
here's-
I'm sorry,
all
Springer.
the podcasts and just go to the 3 hours.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
fucking-
Okay.
I'm
So
talking
here,
to him right now.
So here's an example.
I wanna know what a humanitarian right is
So
to
you're
you.
telling me. So you're telling me that these immigrants, they get to come into our country, and the first thing they do when they come into the country is break the law, right? That's the first. They come in illegally, right? And then what they do is they get processed, and then
Stop.
No.
Let
Springer,
me finish. Let me finish.
Just fucking answer the question. What is a humanitarian right to you?
Any immigrant that comes into this country and they are afforded housing, or they are afforded social services that Americans are not able to get based on, because listen, I'm an American absolutionist. I'm sorry, I don't care if you're committing violent crimes, whether that's fucking murder, rape,
Okay, brother,
like
I need
shit
you to
like that.
fucking-
Let me finish, dude.
No, you're rounding about.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
This is a long form podcast, so I get to have long form answers.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Hey,
so if you are,
let's just let him finish.
Listen,
okay?
if you are a violent, so it's the same thing you look at with like nonviolent drug offenders. If they're just a dude that was selling fucking pot, they shouldn't be in prison. But if they're a dude that's selling a bunch of pot and murdering people, bring them up on the fucking murder charges. And hey, they also sold pot, so that's probably an issue, I guess, or heroin or whatever. But my point is, if you are an immigrant, and the first thing that you do when you come into this country is you come into this country illegally, And when you get caught by Border Patrol, you say, "Oh, it's an asylum claim," and you're like, "Okay, yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put you into our system, and then you're gonna have a court date in 3 years. Make sure you come back in 3 years. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna release you into our society, right? And in a lot of cases, we're gonna give you housing. We're gonna give you preloaded debit cards with the government's money, so you can buy basic amenities. Then you can buy, and you're afforded housing by the government because in Detroit, Chicago, and Minneapolis, they are literally, you can look this up. They are literally clearing out schools. No. I'm being dead fucking
No, I know what you're talking about.
I'm being dead serious. He's looking at me like I'm a fucking idiot, but I've looked into this shit. They're clearing out schools, like elementary schools, so that fucking immigrants can come in and stay there while they're what? Hey, we're gonna put schooling on pause or do schooling at home because we saw how good schooling at home went during the pandemic, right? So they're putting schooling at home so that these fucking immigrants can come in and take over schools and stay there while again our children, American children, don't get basic rights by the state afforded to them because I believe in basic rights from the state. I do. But they don't get basic education from the state because these fucking immigrants came in illegally. Illegally, they came in and they're afforded this. First of all, that's fucking wrong. First of all, okay.
See, you don't even know where you're
Let me finish. No, let me finish. Okay, so what I would do. Okay, so what I would do is I would stop that bullshit, first of all. And then what I would, oh my God, what I would do is I would cut the funding if you are in any way putting federal tax dollars towards illegal immigrants, it stops. I'm sorry, it stops. It just because, again, if there are, again, it boggles my mind that, again, we can send hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. We can spend all this money on immigration, and we can't fix not that it's basic, but we can't fix a homeless problem. We can't fix any of these basic social issues that Americans are facing. The fact that we can't fix these problems, we have all this money for people that are outside of the country, is anti-American by definition. The moment that we are spending, like, okay, here's a great analogy. If you're in a plane and you're all strapped into your seats, what is the first thing when the stewardess is giving, like, how to use the oxygen mask, how to do all that? What do they tell you? They say, if you're an adult with a child, you put your mask on first so that you can then help the child, because if you're fucked, you can't help the kid. Same thing in the military. What are you taught? If you're in a firefight, and if you're clearing a room and your buddy gets shot, you don't stop to do first aid for your buddy. You eliminate the enemy so then you can turn around and fix your buddy. Because if your buddy gets shot and you immediately turn around to render aid and you get shot, now the problem is double fucked, right? Now you can't fix the main problem, which is the enemy, which is putting fire upon you. So therefore, by that logic, I stop helping people that are not American. That is a America first that is a American first policy, which is really, and I guess like the real issue that I have with all of this is this bullshit the Republicans tout with their America first, their America this, America that. Okay, if you're really America first, then stop sending all this fucking money to Israel. Stop sending all this fucking money to Ukraine, because that's not America first by definition. I get that gets away from your fucking problem of immigration, but that's because immigration on the totem pole is like second or third. Because my number one problem with America's issues right now, my number one issue to tackle is nuclear fucking war. That is my problem. No, I'm so granted.
No, stop.
I'm gonna admit.
You're
No.
over your 2 minutes.
No, because
how about that?
Because
You're over your 2 minutes.
This isn't a short form platform. This is a long form podcast. That's why I do the podcast, so all this rambling can get out.
Okay, but can you real quick?
Real
quick. Let's hit an issue.
Okay, immigration.
Allow him to talk about it. Because now you're getting into other shit.
I'll end my issue here. I am American citizens first.
Okay.
And any tax dollars that is going to support illegal immigrants. Now, granted, Does there have to be a grandfathering system with immigrants that have been here for a long time, and our system of immigration that has been so fucked up that they haven't been processed over, like, I remember reading
Brother.
about... I'm finishing here because I've read about cases where these people have been in the immigration system for upwards of 8 to 12 years. That's really fucked up, and I understand that. Is there a grandfathering system, just like any other new system that gets put into place, that has to get like ushered in? I understand that, but guess what? I would say, hey, so as of January 4th or whenever it is that I get inaugurated into the fucking process and I become the president, guess what? Any illegal immigrant after this time, you do not get federal funding. If you are coming to this country illegally, if your first act in stepping in American soil is breaking our laws, you do not get to come here. You get detained and you get fucking shipped by whether it's the National Guard or the U.S. Navy Reserve or whoever the fuck we have to dispatch to get your ass back to your country. You get shipped back over by men, specifically men, by the way, men with guns. Yes, dude, this is where we have gotten. Because women suck at war, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
They are not good. But guess what? You are shipped over by men with guns because your first act in being a person on our soil is breaking the fucking law. You do not get federal tax dollars. Because where do those tax dollars come from? American citizens. And guess what? The amount of money that's paying towards the fucking national...
Okay, shut up.
No. This is my last point. I promise.
This is my last point.
Yeah, yes.
No,
because
stop.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The last.
Finito.
Listen. So
Done.
the amount of money that we're paying right now to the national debt. Last I looked at it 3 weeks ago, 72% of our national budget, when it comes to inflation, 72% of it is paying off interest. It's not even the principal. It's paying off interest. We don't have the money to be funding these fucking immigrants coming over. We don't have
Cardboard cutouts.
Time
Put there.
I
Don't
get,
just argue with
I
them.
get why gerrymandering's such a bitch, dude. Holy fuck. You could have gone on forever.
Listen,
There
so
has to be a
here's how
stop
it
to
starts with the Star
gerrymandering.
Wars movie.
Stop.
Boba Fett.
Oh, it's not gerrymandering. I'm sorry.
one is it?
It's not gerrymandering. That's the wrong word. What is it?
It's I forget the name for it. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know it's not gerrymandering.
Elias, quick, go before he starts again.
All right. So
Yeah, why do you love immigrants? Tell me. 'Cause that's your counter argument, right? Is why do you love immigrants? That's how politics happen, huh? Holy shit.
so the question was,
How do I fix immigration? You stop funding the illegals. That's how you fucking fix it to
Look, he
begin.
sums it up right away in like one sentence.
Yeah, you stop funding the fucking illegals. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna cut this mic. Let's
Filibuster.
go, hurry, fast.
Filibuster.
You're filibustering.
stop. So how do you fix
Don't ask him questions.
illegal immigration?
Just talk.
Now, the way that I think is appropriate is my wife
Here's
is a
another
first
filibuster.
generation American. Her parents came over, her dad came over illegally, her mom came over legally. Her friends and everybody that she knows do have some degree of illegal immigration, and they are productive members of society.
Send him back.
I think there is a lot of
Men with guns.
Thanks for the strawberries. Get back.
I think there is a
That's a
lot
joke.
of red tape in the immigration policy that needs to be managed.
I agree.
Now, if you manage said red tape and you make work visas, you make a lot of this shit easier for,
True that.
this sounds bad, for the good ones to come into
No,
this
that's not bad.
country.
That's a good thing.
It's-
You mean the immigrants that come over that don't commit
Stop.
crimes? That don't rape and murder?
Stop.
Bro.
You fucking cried about me.
I know you're
switching
just
over.
saying. And we already know.
So you allow for a lot of individuals to come into this country on work visas, vacation, X, Y, and Z, and they can make a name for themselves. They can establish a place in this country while eliminating the red tape, but you hold the restrictions on those that don't apply to those who have restrictions on a work visa. I just want to show up because X, Y, and Z. I just want to be there. Trump ran on the whole MS-13 bullshit. He made a big name on that.
Because they were a problem.
That's what I'm getting at. Is Trump ran on the fact that people who were criminals were working their way into this country. So you make work visas, you make traveling visas more obtainable to everybody, not just Mexico, not El Salvador, not Nicaragua, not China, not Vietnam, X, Y, and Z. You apply it to all of them. They can get in this country if they work for it, and then you give them a good route in order to obtain citizenship if they choose to stay. I agree with the fact that you say there should be a very strong border, but in eliminating said red tape, you take away the MO out of people like AOC who go, no, they're legal asylum seeking individuals. You take that away from them. They want to come here because asylum seeking individuals who, let's say they're being persecuted in Cuba, they show up here and they want to obtain asylum in the United States. Yes, that is an opportunity for some of these people to obtain. However, you restrict and you give it more of a small frame for them to apply to. Political criminals in said country, X, Y, and Z.
So you want criminals in here?
No. Political criminals in Cuba being somebody who...
Okay.
Let's go back to 1964. Somebody who is against Fidel.
Okay, yeah, okay.
They're a political refugee.
Political asylum.
Yeah, they're a political refugee in this country because they go against Fidel. There is a parameter that is set. What are you standing against? Are you standing against, their beliefs? Does it align with what in this country we believe? If it does not, you don't obtain political asylum.
Okay, so but is that according to the belief system that is put in place by this, again, hypothetical America thought process, or is this going against what is put in place by the current party in control?
No, it's a uniform thought process.
But what's uniform? Do you see my point? That's why I'm absolute.
I get his point because you grade a line there when you're like, you only get political asylum if you think this way.
That's what I'm saying.
So the Constitution is our uniform thought process.
But the interpretation of the Constitution is based upon the political party in charge. Is that not wrong?
It is wrong.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's not.
No, yes, because that is an
Look at
objective
Roe v.
form of
Wade. Look
thinking.
at abortion, dude. That's literally Roe v. Wade only got overturned because Trump put in those justices into the Supreme Court. If they would never have gotten put in, Roe v. Wade would have never gotten overturned. That's the reality.
No, stop. So let's go over just the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, right?
I like getting rid of the 19th, but it is what it is. That's the women voting one, right?
Yeah. So
okay, cool.
So unreasonable searches and seizures, right? Fourth Amendment.
Okay.
Now, the state of New York believed in stop and frisk.
Right.
So that is one that you can argue subjective versus objective. What is reasonable? Now, if I'm walking down the street and...
So what's your point?
No.
Yeah, if you're going to get on me about immigration and my point, what's your point?
Because you asked this shit.
No, I didn't. You did.
You can tell when he gets buzzed because he starts talking so slow. I'm not sorry. I'm an asshole too. You can tell the muscle relaxers have worn off because I'm fucking with it now. I've been spaced out the last 3 hours, dude. And now that I'm like back and the muscle relaxers have worn off. Bro, you talk too much. You talk so fucking slow. You can't.
You come into this country, you show up at the fucking southern border,
yeah,
and you decide I want a work visa, and you apply for said, you get into this country if you meet said application. You want a vacation visa and you meet the parameters, you get into this country. If you don't meet any of those, get the fuck out. If you meet asylum, you're coming from Cuba because you said Fidel is full of shit.
That's how we got two different MIGs.
Huh?
That's how we got two different MIGs. You know those stories?
I'm not
Okay,
Anyways.
okay.
I
So-
agree with Springer.
So you oppose
Unfinished.
said view of whatever country you're coming in. And if it defeats what we currently believe in this country,
Currently,
I'm getting more drunk.
but do you see
fine.
the issue with that?
No,
Because in 4 years it changes.
fine. What I'm getting at is if it defeats how this country views how we move forward, then fuck off. I get where your little shitty smile is coming from.
I'm just saying, like, it makes more sense to me that, okay, because
Hold on, can I fucking say something before you guys get into it
sure,
real quick?
sure.
I get Springer's point. I agree that the red tape needs to be taken down. I think that was a Reagan thing that got put in, like with immigration, that they started closing the borders. The best example I give it was either Reagan or Nixon, that it was like a revolving door. It was pretty easy to get in. It was pretty easy to get
Nixon.
out. It was Nixon, yeah. Pretty easy to get in, pretty easy to get out. Pretty easy to get out. It was a revolving door. And then Nixon came in and shut that shit down. It was like, immigration's bad and immigration needs to be controlled more. And they put up all the fucking red tape. So everyone that was here couldn't get out and no one could else get back in, you know? So the revolving door closed. So I agree with Springer. I think the fucking red tape needs to come down and immigration needs to be fucking either revolving door or completely shut off. And to your point of absolutism, like you got to make it one or the other. You can't have this fucking like bureaucratic fucking nightmare of, okay, you apply for the visa, you might get a fucking visa in 5 years, whatever.
Please.
What I don't agree with on his point is like, hey, only if you believe in these American views. I think that's kind of here nor there because anybody can come in and see like, oh yeah, I believe in that.
Here's my thing. Again, because of how bad this country has gotten from a basic financial perspective, we need to stop spending. We have fucking 6 viewers. Cool.
Hell yeah,
okay.
brother.
We need to stop spending money
'cause I'm sober now.
where it doesn't need to get spent. Okay? And an easy way to do that, from my point of view, is do not spend money on people that are not American citizens. I'm sorry. And if that means sealing the borders, like again, so let's be hyper realistic with this, right? So if it's January, realistically, it would be January 7th, because that's the first Tuesday in January of 2025. Okay. If it's January 7th and I get inaugurated, my first thing that I get in is I seal the borders.
Okay.
And it's, we do not spend money on people that are not American citizens. And then what happens, right? So you have that cutoff and you look at everyone inside the country. And if you are found to have not been an American citizen, then with that group of people, you start the diffusion process that he's speaking about. It's like, okay, have you been here for X amount of time and you've been working, you've been providing for your family? Okay, that's when the conversation about a work visa comes in. Have you just been here vacationing, spending money on recreational things? Okay, that's when the vacation thing comes in. If you are found and you're just a fucking criminal or you're homeless, sorry, get the fuck out of here.
So,
Can we go home yet?
where I want on all of this is
stay
obviously
hangouts.
we have the
10
opposing
o'clock, you're
views,
good.
right, to each. So there's a middle ground to be achieved. And like you said, if you come here and you're working and you're shown to be moving forward, paying taxes, because my wife's friend, her whole family, they're technically illegal. But they have been paying taxes.
Should you pay taxes if you're not a citizen?
So then,
Yeah.
Why?
Because you have a legal job as far as...
Yeah, there's like a weird documentation thing that.
Okay,
Yeah,
but time
so-
out.
yeah.
Time out. That's taxation without representation.
Right.
So why should you pay taxes?
So that no, and that brings
no.
and that brings a bigger issue into like so then
So if
should they
you-
not be legalized as
Right.
citizens?
So if you've been paying taxes this entire time, you should have the opportunity to obtain full citizenship.
Yeah.
By that, because you've been working in this country to obtain your citizenship and you have no plans on going back, and with that, you should be allowed to obtain citizenship. Now,
Yeah.
I think that's where the red tape gets muddy. That red tape exists for whatever reason, be it people that existed way before us, generations before us, they put that in place, and that's just how it is. It's a shady way of thinking of it, but that's where we're at. Anyways, as far as illegal immigration goes, that first word, right? Illegal. Coming into this country illegally. We have to obtain the Obama way of thinking.
No, we don't, because he failed this country for 8 years straight.
Let him talk.
Stop. So the Obama
Let
way...
him talk, you little bitch.
But Obama sucks.
Stop being a bitch. Let him talk.
Obama was one of the mass deportation presidents, at least in this century.
I'm just kidding. He was great.
Obama deported, I think it was...
Can you look that up, the Obama, because it was mainly between 08. No, because it was between 2012 and 2015. Because he had a ton of deportations. You are
had
correct.
a larger
I
deportation
love you, David,
rate.
so fucking much.
He had a larger deportation rate.
He's all in
as far
caps,
as
too.
what I
was in the chat, dog.
as far as what I remember from any Republican.
Wait, I'm sorry. Back up. Sorry. Just backspace to Obama real quick. Yeah, keep going. Again. Oh, wait. Sorry. It literally said one of like the two things down. It said Obama drone strikes. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. Look up Obama deportations, 2008 to 2012.
No, you get record. That's all you get.
Yeah. Yeah. Look up the .org. .org. Yeah. No, down. Yep.
Perfect. What a guy. Okay.
So the Obama record on deportation chief or not. Let's see with some numbers, shall we?
Okay.
Let's go down a little bit.
No, you read that. Springer, finish your point.
So, no matter...
Go down. Okay, here we go. So, border apprehensions and removals increased in the financial year of 2016 compared to the prior year. DHS reported in 2016 they carried out 530,000 apprehensions and 344,000 removals compared to the 462,000 apprehensions and 333 removals the year earlier. Despite the increase, these numbers were far lower than the peak of enforcement operations in the beginning of the Obama years. After he inherited a robust enforcement regime from his predecessors, the number dipped as of new enforcement priorities were put in place before rebounding slightly at the end of the Obama presidency. So basically what it said was that, Obama deported a lot of fucking people.
I don't know. I didn't see that. I read that the fucking numbers barely went down.
So they dipped,
barely
but
went up.
So so the numbers dipped, but at the beginning of his presidency, it was high. That's what that's saying.
So...
Yeah, but you're talking about from 344,000 to fucking 333,000.
So...
Right, but despite the increase, these numbers were far lower than the peak of enforcement operations at the beginning of the Obama years. So I was off.
What was the peak?
So I was off. It was the beginning. The point is that he deported a lot of people.
Well, compared to what?
Bush.
Yeah, so Bush did too.
Bush did not. That's what that's saying.
That's what it says.
No, okay. So it's
You're talking about 10,000 person difference.
right. So that's comparing the first year of
So that's what I'm asking. What the fuck is the peak then?
the peak.
You're just saying shit. You're just saying shit. You're saying he deported a lot of people. Okay, well, how many fucking people was it?
So look up, I guess, 2008 to 2012.
So in 26, so before Obama, it was 333,000. All right, and then Obama's first year, it was 344,000, or whatever the fuck.
1.5 million people. This whole thing.
Deported record. Okay, so a record. It's a record. Okay, let's leave it at that.
So prior to Trump, 1.5 million people deported.
Over the course of 8 years.
Record, right?
Okay.
So whether it was X amount per year or this 1 year had a higher record versus this year. Now, what I'm saying is we need to understand there are people who are here who don't agree with what the American ideology is.
Get them out.
Get them out. There are people here.
I don't agree with that.
So, oh my God.
So, okay.
Finish.
No.
Okay,
I
finish.
just wanted
Yeah,
to make
finish,
that clear
finish.
so we can come back to it.
I'm going to preface this.
Hey, we're at a peak 6 people watching at 10 o'clock at night. This
Hell
is
yeah,
great.
brother.
I'm going to preface this with I hate my fucking self for what I'm about to say because this is a very Kamala Harris answer.
Oh boy, you're Indian.
My wife's family. Loser. Yeah. My wife's family, they came on work visas. They worked on ranches and farms in California. And the money that they sent back went back to their families in Mexico. That was how they funded their families in Mexico, was through these farms. Throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s, that was a pretty predominant way for people to earn money for their families going into Mexico. Now, they still had to pay taxes on the wages that they obtained. So what we understand now in the state of New Mexico, I think a $13 minimum wage, right?
No, we're at like 11 and a half. But what's your point?
Let's say 10 for easy math, right?
Okay.
So $10 minimum wage, they got $5 per wage. They paid a 20% tax per, which is $1. So $4 of the money, because they were getting paid $5 per, like a $10, that accounted for living, that accounted for food, that accounted for their overall stay in the United States. So for every $5 they earned, they sent those $4 back to their family in Mexico. They paid the taxes on what they earned in this country. That's the worker's visa as it comes. Then they go back to Mexico, and then is what it is, right? So it's a back and forth. That's how workers' visas have worked or have made their way throughout this.
Right,
this
but it's 2024 though, and our country's in decline. And, okay, here's my question for you. Here's my question. So I think this is important to understand, like, where we're both coming from with this issue. What is your number one concern with this country? Like, what do you think is the number one thing that is killing this country?
Woman in the office.
No, seriously.
I'm sorry.
Seriously,
That was
what
a
is
joke.
it? What is it?
So
What
it's
is
a
it?
joke.
It's the same question I brought up to you, right? Immigration. It's the number one concern.
That's not my
as
number
it
one concern.
stands, because this doesn't affect the Southwest. This isn't a New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, Utah, California issue. This goes all the way up to Ohio. This goes to New York. This affects everything. So immigration is a huge issue.
Okay.
Now, can they obtain a worker's visa? So you have to make the conscious decision. What is the time frame that we set on these individuals? And I think it's immediate.
Okay, so
you should be able to obtain a worker's visa the second you are able to enter this country. You should be able to obtain a vacation visa the second you walk into this country. Asylum seekers, I give them a minimum of 1 month. I don't know that process like very well, because once you walk in, if you can't adhere to the parameters that we have set forth, out, gone.
Okay, so here's maybe this is where the disconnect is, because I understand that, and then I'm not saying this is a knock, but I just, like, because of what you've displayed to us, it's a personal issue to you, right? My biggest concern with this country is and this is coming from somebody that knows fucking nothing about, like, real finances and, like, Wall Street and all that nonsense. But my real concern with this country is the economy and our finances, and the fact that our enemies are effectively creating a financial apparatus against this country. And he's leaving while I'm making my point. But okay.
I'll listen to your point.
Okay, thank you. So here is my chief,
I don't agree.
Here's my chief concern with our country, is that because of what Trump implemented during COVID, right? because if you really look at it, it's not as complicated as both political sides want you to believe that it is. Why our economy's in the toilet the way it is right now? During COVID, during Trump's administration, what did he do? Just like the rest of the world, you have to acknowledge that, but he shut down our economy. He stopped production. He stopped small business. Excuse me. They made sure that big corporations stayed in business, like, Amazon, McDonald's, IBM.
All the big ones.
All the big ones, right? He made sure they were still in business, right? 'Cause to make sure the basic, like, the sustainment of, like, our economy could maybe be like, upheld. But mom and pop, the local business, the local economy, but he effectively stopped production and, more importantly, stopped trade into our country, right? And then at the same time, what did he implement? The stimulus checks. So what did they do? They stopped the supply of goods being made, but they somehow also decreased demand. Because when you decrease demand, you print a shit ton of money. So now what happens is you have a fuck ton of money that's flowing around in the economy, because what they're doing is they're printing money, right? The stimulus checks, what's that doing? That's printing a shit ton of money, right? And then you have the supply chain not producing enough goods. So
you increase demand.
No, but that's not what happened, unfortunately. What happened was because inflation isn't like, inflation isn't just like raising prices. No. Inflation in an economy is you're inflating the amount of currency that's circulating in the economy. We had a lot more American dollars floating around, and what you would think is the same amount of goods, right? But what ended up happening is I don't know if I'm explaining this properly.
I don't think you are.
But like the point is that we had a ton of money skyrocketing, right? We had a lot of money in the economy, which deflated the value of the money in the economy, right? Mm-hmm. That's what led to all of this happening. And because of the financial hemorrhaging of our economy right now, my whole point is that even removing BRICS, right? We should not be funding things that don't directly apply to Americans. And the reason that I keep bringing up BRICS, and I'm going to look up the actual countries that are in BRICS right now, because the way that because the way that this plays to me is this is echoing the Allied and Axis powers of World War II. And we are clearly entering World War III if things don't change with Russia and Ukraine. So BRICS right now, as it stands, and a lot more countries have been added to this, but at the foundation is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South America. And then also Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the UAE. And why is that an issue? So again, you can read about it online, but I saw it fucking firsthand. When you go to Djibouti, right, and this is a good microcosm. When you go to Djibouti, Africa, what is the Western, like just say it's the Western alliances contributing to that country in Africa? We just give them jobs. You can work on our bases. You can get paid more than, I think converting it to US dollars, I think like Djiboutians were making like 53 cents an hour or some shit like that. And we were paying them like $1.93 or something like that.
You get paid more.
But then you look at what China's contributing. They gave them a railway system. They gave them a full-fledged college that, I'm not making this up, looks pretty identical to UNM. I'm not even making that up. Like the University of Djibouti looks identical to UNM, and then gave them full-fledged electricity.
Okay.
Right? So when you see what that side of the aisle is doing, like, let's say like the global aisle is doing for all these countries that will eventually be power plays for World War III, right? They're contributing actual infrastructure and building up that country. And what's the U.S. doing? Hey, you can come work on our bases. Whatever.
You're eating your own tail right now.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How?
How do you shut off absolutism? How do you say, hey, we need to fucking stop spending money on anyone that's not American, and then go around and say we should be doing more for like Djibouti?
That's not my point, though. My point, though, is that all of these other countries that are making power plays against our country, right? They're doing quite well, and our country is hemorrhaging.
So what's your fix to that?
My fix to that is to try to fix our country first, is to stop immigration, keep the money in our country. Because listen, Vladimir Putin himself, like, listen, I don't think Vladimir Putin is a necessarily trustworthy person, or I don't think that he is a, how do I say this? I don't think that he, you can, just like any other person, I think you trust like 70% of what he's saying, right? But I really don't think, because how strong NATO is right now, and thank God that NATO is strong as it is right now, I don't think he has real aspirations of like building up the Soviet Union and all that bullshit that the fucking left wants you to believe. My point of bringing all this up is that if it wasn't for the fact that our declared enemies, by the way, North Korea, China, Russia, that they weren't implementing in this new financial system against our country, right? Maybe there would be some leeway of like letting people in, but dude, we are financially fucked right now. And spending all this money not on our country is a real issue.
So can I propose this? How do you think Russia stands against the United States? United States alone, right? 1v1 in an all-out military battle.
But that's not realistic.
No.
You can't pose that.
No.
No, but you can't pose that.
Shut up. Let him talk.
Wait.
Please. And then
So on a 1v1, how do you think, nuclear weapons aside,
we lose?
we lose?
We lose.
We
Why?
win.
We lose.
Against 1v1 against Russia?
We lose. Yeah, we
We
lose.
win.
Yeah, we lose. And the reason for that is because right now, with the nuclear stockpile that Russia has right now, you could transplant Russia
Nukes aside. No nuclear weapons. 1v1.
Hypothetically.
but your hypotheticals are leaving realistic like stances that we were at right now.
That's why it's a hypothetical.
But it doesn't matter. It's a null point. But your point doesn't matter.
Just answer his fucking point then.
I have a point. I promise.
If we did a 1v run against Russia,
Where are we fighting?
Who wins?
Where are we fighting?
but like, what are we fighting over? And like, who gains what to win?
Just no.
No. Because your point has no. That's
All
what
right.
I'm saying. Is
right.
there's no like
Gorilla versus hippo.
Let me give
Who
you this.
wins?
Yeah,
Let me give you
this
this.
is a stupid point. It is.
No.
Yeah,
So-
that's like saying what happens if North Korea takes on America, because it's not just America. It's like, it's not realistic. Hypotheticals only take you as far as it can go, but it's like
Exactly as far as it can go.
But when you start stepping out of like hypothetical nonsense,
You're stepping out of hypotheticals is your problem.
you
1v1.
mean real life?
Look, if I fight you 1v1 on COD, who wins?
But that's not.
No, but this is what I'm getting at.
Just get to it.
Just listen.
That real shit.
Listen.
You realize though that like if we're saying 1v1 on COD, that means one. So if I'm America and you're Russia, right? That means what that means though is I start out with 30 tactical nukes and you start out with 25. Either way, we're both dead.
I promise there's a higher point.
So what's
To
your
all
point?
this.
So what's your point?
So nukes aside, that's not an option. Man versus man, whether it's planes, navy, just overall infantry, artillery, whatever the case is. Let's say the Ukraine
So strict attrition, Russia.
over attrition.
Attrition? Okay, so are we talking about man against man, or like what are we talking? See, this is how stupid this is, because
No.
you can't just do like country on country, because it's not just country on country, because it's not Ukraine against Russia. It's Ukraine funded by America and like
You're about to have a seizure.
but yeah, because at this point it's stupid
No, because you're overthinking this.
because it's real life.
No, because it's a fucking hypothetical.
Okay,
nuts.
Time out. Noah, can you shut up? And Springer,
All
can you
right.
get to your point?
So
Yeah, what's your point?
What did you say? Shut the fuck up.
The Ukraine as it sits, right? That landmass. The game of Risk. Let's put it in that parameter so you can fucking understand.
Can't you use nukes and Risk?
No.
No.
Okay. I've never played.
So
okay.
the game of Risk as it
You
stands.
should.
Take the Ukrainian military, their population out of the equation. The United States is in the Ukraine. Russia is in the Ukraine. All of their military expenditures minus nukes is available in that landmass. Who wins? And I'm talking F-35s, F-22s, Su-57s, Fu-27s, everything.
Okay, answer the
Patriot,
question for him.
Who wins?
Because you already know who wins.
Who knows? Who wins?
The United States. Because we have the most expendable income to dump. Right now, Russia versus the Ukraine is losing about 1,000 to 1,200 people per day in the Ukraine.
But we have to understand is that is only because the Ukrainians are getting our funding, and even then, the funding that they're getting is like it's dwindling by the month.
But that's what I'm saying, is they're getting our funding in that area. Now the U.S. is there with our soldiers, our sailors, our Marines,
Okay.
our
Here's I
soldiers.
guess here's why I'm saying why your point's stupid is because if we just obliterate in your scenario, if we defeat Russia in your scenario, that means it's just over. But that's not real life.
Okay.
Stop. Just wait. 2 seconds. Fucking wait. Because you're jumping way past what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
So,
Get to it.
in the war of winning that landmass, the U.S. wins.
Okay.
Now, why the U.S. has so much invested monetarily in this war is because if Russia does win, let's say Russia does conquer the Ukraine, what is next for Russia? And this is outside of hypothetical. This is what their idea goes to next. What is next for Russia?
Based off of what Vladimir Putin has said, not much else.
So
No, not much else.
So NATO views that Poland is a huge risk.
And this is the same organization that baited us into the Iraq war.
Right.
Keep that in mind.
Right. So NATO views that Poland is a huge risk. Now, let's go back to the Ukraine hypothetical
Where are you going?
that I posed.
I gotta pee, you fucking bitch.
In Ukraine, the landmass alone, back to my hypothetical, not only Russia versus the United States, but all of NATO. And we're talking Eurojets, we're talking everything that stands. If it's Russia solely against NATO, Russia loses that fight every fucking time. So now, Russia has to conscript North Korea, UAE, China. They have to get everybody involved in order for this war to go. In order for Russia to stand a chance. Because I think the last time it was polled, Russia lost like almost 50% of their male population that's available for conscript.
Yeah.
I think it's like 53%.
Yeah, because they're starting to pull mentally ill people. But that's where your point falters.
It's a hypothetical.
But we shouldn't speak
no.
in hypotheticals when this is happening right now.
Because right now what we have... Do you want to know who's in the Ukraine?
Okay, can I say something?
Sure,
While you guys
please.
go fucking round and round
Please,
and round.
yes.
I get the hypothetical. I understand it. We win in a hypothetical. Congrats. We fucking win. Okay. Now what?
No, so what I'm getting at is who's in the Ukraine right now?
Ukrainians and Russians.
No. Ukrainians, Australians, British, Americans, and...
Allegedly Americans.
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah.
But okay, but get to your point.
So, and also North Koreans. North Korea pulled, I think it's...
Yeah, I saw
13,000 people. Yeah, keep going.
Okay,
Keep going.
what's your point?
So, in this real world, as everything comes together, if you take one country out of NATO, as it currently stands, the United States, U.S. versus North Korea, it's a fucking bloodbath. Nukes aside. Hypothetical, right? Nukes aside, bloodbath. U.S. versus Russia, bloodbath. U.S. versus China, close, pretty match. And that's because you're involving cyber warfare as it stands.
Because
and
we
Okay, shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry. We just ran the...
Get to the point.
Okay, get to your point.
So-
what's your point?
the U.S. itself, as it stands, holds a very good chance. So now, as you brought up what is currently the Axis powers standing against NATO, that is what results us towards nuclear warfare. Is if Russia loses the Ukraine and there's a mass advancement into Russia, that is what makes nuclear warfare more of a probability. So the U.S. is dumping money.
What's your point? What's your point?
The U.S. is dumping money into the fucking Ukraine because that's what keeps us out of nuclear warfare.
Okay. But, okay, cool. So, okay.
So the only way we avoid nuclear warfare is if we keep fighting Ukraine.
A proxy war, yes.
Okay.
And I kind of disagree with that. I see the logic where that goes to, but I kind of disagree just because, like, again, you can't believe everything a dictator says, but Vladimir Putin has really expressed no real intention of taking more than I'm sorry. Why is my brain spacing right now? It's the that initial couple, like the 2 provinces in Ukraine. But my point is that he's never expressed like what the left wants you to believe because they're the party of fucking war hawks. Putin has never expressed real intention to take over and recreate the Soviet Union. He has never expressed real interest in doing that. And that's and that's why like all this started with the immigration things. I don't want money going towards things that aren't going to American citizens. That's my whole point.
What I'm saying is why it's important.
I get why it's important, but I
don't think it's smart.
I get like what you're trying to say, but again, I don't know, man. Like because of where we are right now, and just because of how things are going right now, it's hard for me to accept hypothetical scenarios like you just went over, and it's hard for me to.
But okay.
So you think we should be in Ukraine? You think we should be involved in this?
Yes, and here's why.
Okay, because you've explained that. You've explained that.
So here's why. So
you just explained it. We understand why you want to be. Why you think that America should. We understand that. You just explained it. I just disagree. That's where we should end it right there. Holy fuck! It's 10:30. Okay.
Fuck it. Let's keep going.
Let's pick. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have David choose.
Okay.
We're gonna do one more topic. We are not gonna.
Like Charlie Kirk versus the woke college students.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna choose
4 hours.
We're gonna choose.
So tell me,
we're gonna choose one more topic. David can choose it. I'll give my
Gorilla
argument
versus hippo.
You can give yours. And
I have to come up with it? I thought I was
Joey
gonna
will
pick
give Joey will give his a national topic that's on like the American mind right now. We'll give our points and then we'll end it. What do you think we should talk about? Our opinions. I'll go last. We'll go Joey, Springer, me, and then we'll end it.
Kamala saying that if she wins, she's going to give down payment assistance to every single person, and what that would do.
Choose something more fun, you fucking virgin.
That's what I care about.
I like that one. I like that one because I'm
that
prepared.
Could make and break a whole lot of stuff.
I like that one. I'm prepared.
Okay, so say it one more time.
No, what would win? Pterodactyl or dragon? Like, what do you want?
Time out. Can you look up the actual policy real quick before we start?
Yeah.
This?
So what is it again? Is it the housing thing?
It's like for first-time home buyers, they give down payment assistance, I think. But I got to find the actual what her
It's
thing
like
is.
up to
25 G's, right?
Yeah. First-time homeowners.
I think we might actually agree on this one.
No, I have. I'm
he already-
willing to bet
yeah,
I won't agree with you guys.
I don't know. Let's see. What is it?
Yeah,
No, but go to her page.
Kiplinger.
No, yeah. Go to Kamala Harris's page.
Yeah, I'm not going to scroll to her page. I'll be honest with you.
Scroll up.
Yeah, that's
What's whitehouse.gov? What does it say? Down, right there.
Okay, so the vice. Okay, scroll
Is this the
down.
right
So
thing?
today, I'm proud to announce that we are investing $85 million with another $100 million later this summer. Excuse me. To help more than 20 cities remove these barriers. One such barrier is difficult to.
This is
difficult for
this
affordable
is-
housing. Scroll down.
Oh, right there.
Okay, our plan will also help millions of families afford to buy their first time home or their first home. We will give folks who are the first in their family, first in generation, they're in their family to buy a home, $25,000 for a down payment, and we'll give millions of first time home buyers $400 a month to help them meet their mortgage. We continue to demand that the United States Congress pass our housing plan. Scroll down, please.
Okay, I don't agree with this already.
Scored throughout my career. I have blah blah blah. Okay,
Okay.
so okay,
Shut up. I'm going
okay,
first.
okay. So fourth,
Bitch.
So 25,000 for first generation home buyers, and then $400 a month towards first time home buyers based upon their mortgage. Is this good or bad, Joe?
Bad. I don't agree with it.
Okay, why?
I just don't.
But why?
I like his short answers. It's so good.
All right, here's my short answer. We will give folks who are the first in their family, first generation in their family to buy a new home, $25,000 for a down payment. Why just the first generation? Why not every American? Why not every first time home buyer?
Okay.
But
I'm not.
if-
I said in the beginning I won't combat it or I won't like argue. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I think it's kind of stupid. I don't know. Like for me, like first time home buyer, like $25,000 for a first time home buyer, that'd be pretty cool. But I don't get it because my parents owned a home. But does my parents owning a home doesn't affect me owning a home at all. My parents just can't give me a fucking home. They're not gonna let me live with them for the next fucking 30 years so I can save up to buy a home
Or until they die.
or until they die.
Yeah.
And that's even considering if they have their house paid off by then, and not every family's in that situation, right?
Okay.
So just because someone's a second generation home buyer doesn't mean that their family owns that house. The bank owns that house, not their family. Okay,
Right.
That's my point.
Okay.
I think it's stupid.
So, going off of what he said, is it applies to a select group. Let's say she changes the verbiage of it, and it's everybody. $25,000, $400 a month on your mortgage. That doesn't address the supply factor of this. So if you give me $400 a month on a $1,600 mortgage and my $2,500 down payment, I can cover the down payment. I pay $1,200 a month, but now the cost of lumber, the cost of copper wire, any other materials it takes to build my home goes up. So over time, the prices increase. So even though right now I'm benefited, my kids are fucked.
Yep.
Fuck them.
Yep. No, I agree. No, it's just I mean that's why I said we'd all agree on this because like on the one hand, I guess like bring up a point you guys haven't already. Like it's pretty fucked that to buy a home because this assumes right. This proposal assumes that to buy a home, a down payment costs more than $25,000, and therefore, I mean, for me, I know you guys all make more money than I do.
Nerd.
No, it's just real life, right? No, for real. I make after bonuses, I make about $50,000 a year. Right now, I'm just being completely fucking transparent. I have about $1,100 in my savings account. Okay. So how long will it take me? And also, let's say I'm not a veteran, right? Because I have the VA home loan where it doesn't require a down payment. So I can kind of just walk into a home. Granted, it's going to cost more in the long end, but at least up front, I don't have to pay a down payment. But let's say I wasn't a veteran, right? And I just have to pay. So let's say that, like, because again, the government is not generous. We all know this. So let's say $25,000 to help with the down payment. Let's say my down payment is $30,000.
$5,000.
So let's say it's $30,000. So I still have to come up with $5,000, and then I get $25,000 based off of the assistance of the government. Okay, so how fucked are we already that a down payment just to have a home that you can call yours? Because the Democratic Party, one of their major talking points this election cycle has been the ownership of a home means ownership because, you know, they say things that are like double positives, which is already true, right? It means home ownership. It means you own a property. It means you have something to call your own, right? Okay, well, if that's the case, then how fucked are we that it already costs more than $25,000 to own a home? Okay, fair enough. Then my argument would be, okay, let's say that I only have a down payment of 25 G's. Fair enough. Just like you were saying right there. Okay, well, I get into that home, then I have to struggle with the payment, assuming, of course, because this is just a proposal. We know this is the actual finite bill. Who knows that, like, because I would be wagering to bet that if you get 25 G's, you don't get the 400. I would just be willing to bet that. So let's say you don't get the $400 a month to help you out with that, because if you fit all these like these specific qualifications to get that 25 G's, the first generation, first time, whatever bullshit. Okay, so you still have to deal with the monthly mortgage that is already overpriced due to inflation, due to the lack of supply and the lack of houses that are being built. And then you put this into the context that the Democratic Party has already said that they're going to build 3 million new homes in this country. Well, where the fuck are you going to build those homes? First of all, are you going to buy the land? So there's another government land grab? Okay, great. And then second of all, where the fuck are you going to get those supplies? You're going to break it out of thin air? I know you're not going to, because it's not fucking possible. So again, the demand is going to go up. Like you were just saying, the demand for lumber, the demand for copper wire, every material you need to build a home, the demand is going to skyrocket. Means because prices, we're in a capitalist society, so prices are going to skyrocket. So
Hey, I
again,
want to say something real quick too. And this is more of a question, and I could be wrong, but pretty sure all of our parents have bought in a house.
Yeah.
If not, our
yeah, you mean
grandparents.
you mean
shut
the
up.
condo my
Shut up.
mom kicked me out of?
Yeah, that one.
Continue.
If not our parents, grandparents.
Yeah.
You know, people that have, been in this country for a long time. And
Yeah.
okay, no, don't get all crazy now, but illegal immigration.
No, yeah, fair
what's
enough.
the chances that their parents bought one, but they obviously haven't, that, are citizens in the country, so they would be eligible for it?
Wait, say what?
So, like, for instance, let's bring up, like, Elias's, wife
So
again.
my wife's parents, they bought a house, they legally own a house. But let's say somebody outside of them bought a house, but there's no documentation thereof.
Or just didn't buy a house. I mean, many illegal immigrants don't buy a house. A lot of them will rent,
Well,
a lot of them will stay.
well, that's the idea behind this,
But that's
right?
what I'm trying to say is, like, it kind of gives a leg up to, first generation Americans as opposed to...
Okay, so I don't want to bring up immigration again. I don't want to get into that. But again, why are we
like-
doing things that prop up non-citizens?
That's what I'm trying to say, and not even non-citizens, because they would have to be a
and-
citizen.
So again,
But I'm saying
I get
they'd be
everything that-
first generation as opposed to, like, their parents came here illegally, never owned a house.
So again,
Rented,
was
did whatever,
Springer-
stayed, family, whatever the case
Springer-
is. They're first generation. They're able to now buy a house due to this $25,000, where someone like me had to save, and tighten down and not build a sick race car, so then I could come up with my down payment to buy the house.
Right. So
like.
But all you're doing, what Springer just said, what you're doing then is you're taking a problem that granted, you're going to have to bear the fruits of that problem, but you're pushing like the grand majority of it down to the next generation, which is what we're dealing with right now. That's the whole point. It's like, this isn't
Right.
sustainable. I don't know, man. It's not good.
But what I'm saying is, like,
And
I guess the
so-
root is I'm trying to get as 90% of people that are citizens, their parents are citizens, their grandparents are citizens, somewhere around that generation have bought in a house. So that eliminates them. Whereas opposed to most illegal immigrants that end up coming in and having kids here that end up becoming citizens, which you should be able to.
So just like everything
it pretty
else,
much will benefit all of them.
so just like everything else in the Democratic Party, it's great on its face. But when you start talking about it
But it
longer
depends
than
for who.
longer,
Problem.
Yeah,
yeah,
it
longer
depends
than
for who.
30,
Benefits
longer than
none
30
of us.
seconds, it's like, oh no, this is a real problem.
Well,
that's not going to
it's
help.
kind of like
you.
I can be working with someone else and be
It's
like, yeah, I'm
it's-
having to
it's
sit here and
candy.
save and do
It's
all this.
candy.
and
it's
like
sugar.
when you think about it right now, at this face, it affects 100% of the people in this room.
Mm-hmm.
My dad, your mom, his parents,
Yeah.
his parents owned a home.
Yeah, so none of us are qualified.
We don't get that.
We might get $400, maybe
Barely.
though.
And so unless we go out of our way on certain specialty loans, we don't get fuck all. So right now, and this is what I've noticed because I brought it up to him, This is why land right now is super fucking cheap, because they're trying to sell off the land so you can buy it before these government like 3 million homes start working their way through.
Yep.
So if you buy land, well, great, you own land.
I'm gonna
But
say
now I
something
have
after
to
he's
buy
saying something.
35 acres to sustain
camera.
my friends. And that's not fucking cool.
No, yeah.
Okay. And tinfoil hat, whatever you want to fucking call it. Like, this is taxpayer dollars, right?
Yeah.
This is taxpayers' money. This is throwing money at something that's not currently working, right?
Yeah.
So this doesn't solve anything, because all you're doing now is you're taking more taxpayer dollars and you're throwing it at these huge companies that own these homes. So now you're just helping these huge, now you're just helping these huge companies that are building these
And
homes
instead, if we just worked on inflation,
and giving them more money.
strengthening the American dollar,
Yeah.
and consequently, interest rates will come down. pretty much everybody in this room would be able to buy a house. I mean, I think they said when Trump was in office, you needed about $75,000 to own a home. That's pretty much almost everybody in this room. And now you think you need like 125, which is nobody in this room.
Dude.
Just like that.
The easiest fix, hands down, and I believe this wholeheartedly, is
Nuclear holocaust.
That's not a bad idea.
is
Just a nice reset.
make the sales tax 10%
Yeah.
from the 7 that we sit, and get rid of income tax.
Yeah, no, 100% agree.
Because
At least you get to pick what you're going to be taxed on.
Exactly.
Instead of just ringing.
because if I buy something that's $25, that's a $250 on sales tax.
Yeah.
But if you take away 30% or whatever out of my paycheck, I don't want to spend money. Fuck off. I don't want to buy that boat. I don't want to buy this. I don't want to buy that house. But if I have that money in my account, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to go, oh, that sounds real fucking nice. That Matthews bow I bought, I would buy that without remorse. Right now, I'm sitting there going, you son of a bitch. Fuck you, Matthews, for making me spend money.
Well, I mean, even on that stuff, there's that extra tax just for.
Okay,
So we all agree that this is
that?
not good, right?
Yeah, but with that, what Springer was saying, but then you have to add on to that, then companies aren't allowed to use overseas like manufacturers. Because now that money's going overseas.
I would say bold of you to assume that any of us would be made here in New Mexico, in
Well,
the United States.
Part of that
None of it.
was,
Well, I'm just saying,
wasn't
like-
it Trump that brought manufacturing with Ford from Mexico into the United States?
I don't think
but that's-
so. I think
that's-
his thing was biggest thing was like the steel trades with like European nations and all that kind of stuff was, and bringing back manufacturing, and then not getting reamed on steel trades.
That's
and all this
where
stuff. But
isolationism, though.
I think it was an
takes
idea
hold.
to try getting Ford to come back into the States, but I don't know.
Anyways, a lot of stuff.
Is there one more? I was trying to bully Evan into picking like a fun topic because again, like that's fun to talk about, but we all kind of agree on it with plus or minus like little differences.
To be honest, I didn't know that it was just first generation only.
It's just
I didn't
silly.
know that. I thought it was just 25 across the board, first time home buyer. But no, it's first
Oh,
generation.
here's a good one. And again, we'll all say our pieces, and we won't debate it. We're just gonna say how we feel about it.
Okay, last one. I gotta go home.
This might be a good
Back to
one.
work.
Okay. Yeah, here's a good one. Should the United States, and I'm gonna go pee after I say this, so I'm not gonna debate you guys. Should the United States be funding Israel? A yes or no, and why? Joey, you start.
I don't want to start. I need to think about it for a second.
Springer starts then.
From a religious point, yes, it is the land of the chosen people, but we also have to be cautious for the views that they uphold, because if they go outside what the Bible itself dictates, we need to back out. However, as long as they obtain what their laws and what is asked of them to uphold, then we should support them, because the United States itself is a Christian nation by default. So, yes, if they uphold it, no, if they divert from said plan.
Oh, bro, we got to debate this. Like, this is...
I would say yes with like extreme oversight. Like if America says that this money or this stuff is just for defense only, and if you guys are gonna go on the offensive, you do it with your own, but with extreme transparency, extreme oversight. I would even say like American officials in Israel that's just sitting there at a computer saying yes, no, and no tomfoolery. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's an allied nation. It's our only ally in the Middle East. And yeah, like you said, from a religious standpoint, God's people, man, I want to be on that side.
I agree. Oversight is an important part. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to give money to something, I mean, just like investing in anything, right? You should have full control, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you just fucking said it. Can you say it again for him? Because he's got to hear this.
Damn, we got 7 fucking views. We got more viewers when I said Israel.
Say it again for fucking this guy.
You got more viewers when you left the room.
So what I said is, from a biblical standpoint, they're God's people,
And back to 5. I sat down. Thanks, David.
what I said is they're God's people, And as a Christian nation by default, we have to stand by them. And if they choose to do something by biblical doctrine, then we support them. If they deviate from the fact, then we need to back out. David said, if
There's oversight.
if that's the case, there has to be American oversight and everything. And if it deviates from that fact, then we have to tell them fuck off. But as long as they uphold to it, then if it's for defense, it's for defense. If it's for offense, it's for offense. Whatever we dictate the money to, that's what they have to uphold to.
Okay.
I agree with most of that. I'll be honest. That's good. Yeah.
I don't. I think that. I don't know, dude. Like, because I agree with the absolutism thing a little bit. Like, we shouldn't be giving money to other countries. I don't know. That's a hard one. Sorry. Go ahead, because I can take a second.
So here's how I view that, right? And so at the end of the day, if you're giving your money to something, anything, right, it should be an investment. And you should understand, like, how long it should take for you to get a return on your investment, whatever, right? So how I view our stance on Israel is that I understand that the producer should put his phone on silent. But, it is what it is.
I've been telling you I've been wanting to go for the past hour. At this point, I stopped caring, dog.
I'm just giving you shit. I'm happy
I'm going to start watching YouTube videos.
I'm happy you're here, David.
I'm happy I'm here, too.
I'm happy you're here.
For the record, he hasn't invited me over in 8 months.
Yeah. No, that's true. I feel bad now. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so here's how I feel about Israel. So if you're putting your money into something, just like if it's a business, right? If you are a 60% shareholder in a business, you therefore have buying power into what that business does, right? Or you pull out, you get your shares back and you leave, and that company loses a lot of its money. The issue right now with the way Israel is being ran is we tell them, and we've done this within the last year since this war between the current war between them and Gaza has began. We have told them, hey, you should fucking stop with the bombing campaigns on Gaza. And you know what Benjamin Netanyahu has said? No. Like, categorically, he has told our government no. And therefore, we still send him money. So what kind of partnership is that?
Okay.
On its face, well, I'm not done.
Okay.
So on its face, that's not good. Obviously, like, I would love to remove religion from this, because I think religion muddies the waters for a lot of people. Because I don't expect everybody to believe the same thing.
Hypotheticals. You can't, bro. It's not real life. You either
I
are
know.
or you
I know.
isn't.
I'm getting to that. No, I'm getting to that. Because I would like to remove religion, because not everyone believes the same way that I do, but that's not reality. And religion comes into play. I can understand and I can respect the religious significance that Israel as a nation has, while at the same time have a strong disdain for the current Israeli government, namely Benjamin Netanyahu. That dude is a war criminal, and he needs to be treated as such, in my opinion. And that goes for everything from the war that's going on for the last year, all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to in the late 90s, when he had actually propositioned our government into invading Iraq and Iran, or let me get this right. Invading Iraq and provoking a war with Iran. He did that to our government. It's called a clean break. Please read it. For everyone listening and watching, that is what happened. It is basically a proclamation to our government and our intelligence agencies saying that toppling Saddam Hussein and invading Iran would bring stability to the region. Obviously, over the last 20 years, we realized that didn't work out. So, I don't think that on a financial level, we should be financing a government and a country that does not work in the best interest of America. I believe that we should not be funding a government that is categorically committing a genocide. And I know that the obvious argument against that is that, well, Hamas, they put their military installations, they put their ammo caches, they put all these things in schools and hospitals and all that kind of stuff. And fair enough, they are using human shields, and that is correct. However, if you were to scale that down, if a mass shooter shot up a group of people and then ran into a school, the local police department would not say, let's blow up the school. That's not what they would do. They would go in and find the mass shooter and kill that person. Now, I understand that when you blow that up to Hamas, it's a lot more challenging thing to do, but also probably not the best strategy to just start doing bombing campaigns where as of June of this year, it would take 75 years to rebuild Palestine or rebuild the Gaza Strip. I just think on its face, that's probably not the best look for America, and it's not the best use of our tax dollars. I think the Abraham Accords were a step in the right direction. However, I don't think that, now granted, I don't know the inner workings, like the fucking specific inner workings of this diplomacy. I don't truly understand why the Gaza Strip and the West Bank always gets the short end of the stick. I don't understand why in the Abraham Accords, it was pretty much everybody uniting, not against Palestine, but kind of just like forgetting Palestine, because it was just like, oh yeah, we all get our 1967 borders back. We all get normalcy, but the Gaza Strip and with the West Bank is still in control of Israel. I don't understand why that came to a head. I also don't understand if people want to bring religion into it, you know, when they call it the Abraham Accords. Biblically speaking, the way I understand it, at least, and I could be wrong about this, but the way I understand it is in the biblical story, you had Abraham and his two sons, and through their lineage, that's what created what would be Israel and Palestine. I think that's very silly on its face because Israel was officially created in 1947 in the wake of World War II because of what would end up being NATO. You know, I just think that's a fucking issue. But at the end of the day, like, I support Israel in its right to defend itself. I think what happened in October 7th was absolutely fucking disgusting, and I think that what happened on October 7th should not be unforgiven. But at the same time, people like to speak in proportion, right? Where it's like, well, I think they said like 1,600, 1,300 people in Israel got killed on October 7th. Whether or not that's true, I'm sure it was a lot more because like casualties are always underplayed. You know what I mean? When you're getting these numbers from people, it's very hard to estimate. Just like in the Ukraine war, it's hard to estimate how many people died. But I don't think the tens of thousands of people in Gaza and the West Bank equate, you know, let's say 2,000 Israelis. I don't think those things equate. Just on a human standpoint. And in the same, in all this same stretch, because of who was aligned with Gaza and who's aligned with Gaza, namely Iran. I don't think that bullying their little brother essentially is going to bode well. And again, I just need to admit my bias that I've already have earlier in this conversation. I'm very concerned about nuclear war. I'm very concerned about, just nuclear holocaust. And I don't like the fact that Iran has a nuclear stockpile and that, you know, bullying their ally, I don't think that's going to make Iran like us a lot more, just on its face. And I just think that there can be, like, there's a history of war there, but I think washing that away as a history.
1 minute responses.
Washing.
I'm about to just walk out.
Yeah, washing it away as a history of war is very ugly, and it's very not. It's not savory. Let's put it that way. But if I'm explaining my point. But if America really is a shining city on a hill, I don't think funding the mass killing of a people is what the city on a hill would do, especially on the face of, hey, Israel, we're funding you, but you should really stop doing this. And then Israel turns around and says, no, we're going to continue. And we keep funding it. I don't think that holds up. Personally. Yeah, that's it. I don't think that holds up. Yeah. Wait, are you killing the stream?
I'm about to kill the stream.
Wait, don't kill the stream yet.
Yeah, no, kill the fucking
No, don't kill the stream yet.
Shit.
Listen. Obviously, Springer is frustrated. and that could be a good jumping off point, because I'm gonna do my outro real quick.
Just finish
That could be a good jumping.
This is another hour.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That could be a great jumping off point for when we have Springer and David back. We'll do it at an earlier time, possibly on a weekend. But no, like, on some real shit, like, this is why I wanted to do episode 200 with my friends. This is why I wanted to do just episode 200 with you guys, because I love you guys to death. Joey's about to leave for a very long time, and I'm gonna miss you, buddy. That kind of sucks. I don't like that you're leaving, but you know, I'm glad that you're gonna have fun for the most part. And yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this podcast kind of starts and ends with you guys, and this podcast wouldn't exist without y'all. To be completely fucking honest, because I knew that especially at the time that I was 4 years ago, close to 4 years ago, I didn't have the gumption or like the self-confidence to like speak to anybody for sober anyway, for a long period of time that would justify a podcast. And I certainly didn't have the fucking self-confidence to try stand-up. Like, that wasn't a thing. But this podcast wouldn't exist without you guys, effectively. And I'm sorry that it took so long to have you on. I mean, quite frankly, I'm kind of sad about that, to be honest.
Just to hang out.
But you know, but yeah, it took like to like episode like 115 or some shit, and that kind of sucks. But across like condo, when I was living with Danielle, old house, and here, so 4 studios. You know what I mean? 4 studios. I'm very proud of this podcast and where it's come. I mean, the fact we had like 7 viewers at 10 o'clock at night, that's pretty fucking sick. And I'm really happy with all this coming. It wouldn't be without you guys. And it kind of sucks that we can't do this again for like 13 months. But I love you guys to death. And this is exactly what I wanted episode 200 to be. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm just real happy. So I appreciate you guys sticking around to pretty much like 11 o'clock at night.
Love you, buddy.
Thank you for coming in so late, David.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
Thanks, David.
And I wasn't even sucking your dick, Springer. Like, you are one of the most requested guests on this podcast. And I love it. No, I love it. Because, like, one of the most quoted things from Springer is when we were in the condo garage and we were sloshed. Like, dude, we were so fucking hammered that me, Danielle, and Joey had to carry Springer to the truck. And like an hour and a half beforehand, he goes, "Listen, I'm only here because like my family got assaulted by some people that came into this country and they made me, and I'm just like," he was talking about some fucked up shit on his lineage or whatever. But it was funny. And then like, I was watching the last episode we did live at the old house, and I skipped like 4 hours in, and it was Springer puking into the trash can. So like, yeah, it's fucking sick. Like, I'm very happy with what this has become, and I'm glad that episode 200 went for almost fucking 4 hours, or a little over 4 hours.
4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is great. I think this is a new record, because me and Springer that one time, I think we went like 420. So I think this is right over the record. I'm real happy. Like, I'm full of gratitude. Like, I really am. It makes me real happy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. So thank you everybody for listening and watching. And regular episodes, I've had them stockpiled for the next, I think, 4 or 5. 5 episodes. Now that me and Maverick shot one. Yeah, so 5 episodes. Tomorrow night, I'll be at the Block, Rio Rancho, Bernalillo. We're doing stand-up. Sarah Kennedy is headlining. And then Friday night, Chuck Parker at Safe House, where I will be hosting that show. And then the 29th, the Block again. Zach Abeda, Josh Fournier headlining that show. And then November 8th and 9th, I will be at Casada's Comedy Club. I will be opening and hosting for Caroline Ray. That show, it's already selling out. Like, the late night, I think, has sold out on Saturday. I got told by the club. And I think the early show on Friday has sold out already. So please, if you haven't gotten tickets, fucking go buy tickets, because they will sell out. Thank you for everyone for listening and watching, and we will see you next time. Bye, everybody.